George V. And they began striking these coins in 1912. 1912 was the same year of the sinking of the Titanic. And these coins struck in 1914, folks, $10 gold pieces. And they were to be minted for many years after, but then World War I hit, and so they ceased production. And Canada got involved in World War I. Here's a poster from that era from Canada. Your chums are fighting, why aren't you? A recruitment poster for Canadians. And we didn't get involved until later in 1917. So there weren't any gold coins then struck from 1915, and they didn't strike any, resume the striking of gold coins in the Canadian Mint until 1967.
Yeah.
So these truly are artifacts, folks, from the early years of the Royal Canadian Mint. We've got these coins today. There's only a few thousand that have survived, several thousand. I would estimate maybe 20 to 30,000 total that have survived. Most of them were melted down.
Yeah.
And these are among the finest surviving specimens. This is a coin that today we could offer for $3,900 when gold is double the value it was 10, 11 years ago, and they'd be getting a great deal. But like all these opportunities that we get first crack on them, we buy the entire deal, we get them at a great price when we're first in line.
Right.
And we pass those savings on to our viewers. This is a coin we could offer for $3,900, it would be a great deal. At $2,900, it would be truly a spectacular opportunity. We have these incredible numismatic rarities, rare in every sense, not just the sense of condition rarity, but in any condition, Jack, there's perhaps 20 to 30,000 survivors of this date. That's it.
Right. Yeah.
That's it. We have them for $1,995 a coin while we have them. $1,995 a coin. If you can't swing the total amount today, you can just put half down. Half down of $997.50 and pay the balance in 30 days. Call in now. Call in now, folks. If there's one coin that we would most highly recommend from the Canadian Mint, it is the coin we have for you today, the largest gold coin ever struck by the Canadian Mint in those early years. So few survivors.
Yeah.
Most of them were stored in the treasury in Canada for about a century. World War I happened, they stored them in the treasury for just about 100 years. 2012, they brought 245,000 coins out.
That 245 number, which to start would be a tiny, tiny number.
Yeah.
But that's counting 6 different issues of coins.
Right.
1912
Exactly.
to 1914, both $5 and $10 denominations. So you can get an idea of just how few of this particular coin there are. And then on top of it, they melt down 80+% of what was there. And you can understand just how rare this coin is. And that's also important as a collector, because if they melted the rest of them down, it's not like there's some other wave of horde of these coming out that's going to drive the price down. These are just, as these go into collectors' hands, they're gone. There's no more. That's it. Done. $19.95 is such a great price for a coin like this with this much history. Gold coin, it's just about a half an ounce of gold, same size as a US 10. You know, and you know what? That's a great comparison. Let's compare it to the US $10 coin because it's the exact same size, the exact same era, and actually a lower mintage than many of the coins of that era.
Incredibly low mintage.
So let's look at a couple of these ones like we showed on this chart. So even let's see, like a 1932, for example, 1932 10 Indian, mintage of about almost 4.5 million coins. Here you have one it's an ICG, it's not PCGS or NGC, and it's MS62 only, and it's just about $2,500.
Yeah.
1908, here's one closer in rarity, still 200,000 more made, 340,000 mintage. Here is an Annex MS63, and that's a $4,000 coin.
But then the Canadian coin itself, you've got a couple comps.
The coins we have are MS63, which are beautiful coins. These are choice, brilliant, uncirculated coins. You know, these are close to the finest grade. There's not that many graded higher. When you get up to 65 and 66, there's so few. Here's one that sold an MS65 coin that sold for just about $20,000. just under $20,000 for an MS-65 example.
We specialize in the United States rare coins, but so once in a while something comes along from another country that is so exceptional and extraordinary.
And there's such a story
Especially when
with
it's
this.
our neighbor, our neighbor to the north, Canada. And this is the greatest numismatic opportunity that I think the Canadian Mint has ever offered. These earliest gold coins from the Royal Canadian Mint. And these are among the finest surviving specimens. We bought them all. We had just over 500. We have a lot of people calling in, and we have them for only $1,995 a coin, with about a half an ounce of gold, when gold today is bumping up around $2,000 an ounce.
Yeah.
This is the perfect price point for these incredible rarities. This is an artifact from the earliest years of the Royal Canadian Mint. And you notice the special custom holder that NGC has encapsulated them in.
Right, pedigrees it to the hoard.
They're a pedigree. It says right there on the holder, folks, and this is really important. It says right there on the holder, the Bank of Canada hoard. And that is really, really important, because this is the only group of its kind released by the Bank of Canada. And among the finest surviving specimens, again, this is a coin we could price much, much higher. Like all our numismatic offerings, this is not about what the market will bear, okay? We don't have them priced at $3,900 or even $2,900. It's based on our cost. And when we get a great opportunity that comes our way, like this, and like coins from the Great European Bank Hoard, like this group from the Bank of Canada Hoard, these finest surviving 1914 $10 gold pieces, true artifacts from the Royal Canadian Mint, and we're able to offer them, based on our cost for only $19.95, folks. This is something really. If there's just one coin you ever buy from the Canadian Mint, ever struck by the Canadian, this is the coin we would most highly recommend. A coin that was only struck for 3 years. The great majority were salted away by the Canadian Mint with the onset of World War I. They were in storage for almost a century. And then they came out in 2012, and instead of releasing them all to collectors, the Canadian Mint proceeded to select the very finest surviving examples. And they proceeded to melt the other 7% of those 245,000 coins back down into gold bars, folks. So a coin that was already rare became about 10 times rare.
Right.
And we've got them for only $19.95 a coin.
And I see them selling for more than that ungraded. I mean, $2,300, $2,400.
There's one right there. And that one, I mean, there's some really serious marks in the field, so that's probably why it's not graded, because it probably would be like an MS-60. And it's still over $2,300 a coin, and there's ungraded like that in a lower grade condition. But these are certified, and you can see them. MS-63 is a really choice example with minimal marks. Right. Beautiful, beautiful coins, true classics from Canada, the Royal Canadian Mint. It's not often I get really excited about a numismatic coin from another country.
I keep looking at these because I just think it's so beautiful. And even though I know it, it's funny because they do things a little different in Canada. Every country does things a little different.
Yes.
But the Canadian coins, so U.S. coins are what we call coin turn. So when you flip a coin heads to tails, you go this way.
Yes, that's a good point.
And I keep doing that even though I know these Canadian gold coins are what they'd call either metal turn or book turn.
Yeah.
So when you flip it over, you go side to side.
Yes.
And then it's right side up still.
Yeah, exactly.
But no matter, even though I know it, I keep just instinctively going like this because I'm used to doing a U.S. coin. And then I'm going, oh wait, it's upside down.
Yeah, exactly. Jack, I just want to close this out again with this statement from the Royal Canadian Mint.
They put it so well.
I mean, this is really what it's all about, and this is quoted directly from the President and CEO of the Royal Canadian Mint. And here it is, this final sentence: by creating this unique opportunity to purchase Canada's first gold coins, proudly displaying national emblems, the Mint is excited to share these important artifacts with Canadians and collectors worldwide. That's what it's all about, folks. We have them for only $19.95. I hope you can take advantage of it. From Jack and I, the Coin Guys, I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
It's been a thrill to be able to offer these greatest Canadian numismatic artifacts to you today, folks. At such a great price. From Jack and I, thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Collectors, welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'll be your host, James Gerstel. We have an exciting presentation here, and I got to tell you, you don't often see these presentations done anywhere else. This is really hard to put together because we're going way back in time. The last one of these coins was struck well over 100 years ago. And what I'm talking about are the works of Charles Barber, just the 6th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, and he began his illustrious career in 1879, and he served as chief engraver all the way to 1917. Now, this is important because Charles Barber is one of the most prolific coin designers in the history of the world. Not only did he design the entire Barber series of coins, but many medals and commemoratives. When you saw a Barber design, you knew that was U.S. money. It had a tradition of longevity that brought stability not just to the U.S. Mint, but to United States coinage. And this affected how the economy of the United States grew and how the country grew. Well, let's take a look at why this is so important, because this deal is going to be unbelievable, folks. I don't know if you've ever seen another deal like this. You may have seen a Barber coin or two, but I don't think you've ever had the opportunity to own a collection of Barber coinage. Here's why this is so important. We're going to just talk about the half dollars right now because it's one of the most significant workhorse coins the U.S. has ever issued. Now, your eye goes immediately to the bottom of the table here where you see in red the series of the Barber half dollar, the Barber coinage, 1892 to 1915. Over 135 million coins issued in the series between 1892 and 1915. And when you look at other half dollars, now the Kennedy half dollar beats every coin ever struck in the world at 4 billion coins, over 4 billion coins issued. Obviously, the most prolific half dollar ever issued by the U.S. The Walking Liberty half dollar, 485 million coins. A lot of Walking Liberty half dollars were issued. All half dollars were the main component of the economy, the most widely spent coin used in commerce. The Franklin half dollar, a relatively short series, but look how many coins were issued. Seated Liberty at 154 million coins at a time in the country when there were hardly any people. But look at this right here. When you talk about the half dollars, the Barber half dollar leads every one of those half dollar designs on that table. But we're going way more than just the Barber half dollar. And you want to see why that's so significant? I got to tell you the price right now, because what we have actually is not just a Barber half dollar, but we have the Barber quarter dollar, and we have the Barber dime, and we have the world-famous Liberty nickel, the Barber nickel. This is a series of Barber design. And when you see these designs, one thing you're going to note is the continuity of the design of Liberty, and especially when you look at that half dollar, the quarter dollar, look at the nickel. Do you notice something about that? Profile is facing a different direction. Now, I want to just show you why this is so important. the vast majority of these coins have long since either been melted or are so worn out from being used in commerce that they become really scarce. So what we set out to do here was give you a varied date collection of Barber coinage that nobody else could do. This is really tough to do. This is history, folks. These are coins that were minted between 1892 and 1915. And every one of those coins, with the exception of the Liberty nickel, are solid silver. But more than that, they're a legacy of the commerce, the business that was done, the popularity, and the value of United States coinage when they were issued. When you talk about a $50, a $quarter, or the dime, the nickel, these were coins that had a lot of purchasing power. They bought a lot. The $50 and the $quarter were huge. You could buy so much with those during the time when these coins were issued. Now, I want you to take a look. You can see all the dates here. This is very, very important because most of the coins you see out there today will be rimless and dateless, and you can barely tell that they are whatever Barber design and size they happen to be because the quality of the coins are so obliterated. Now, I want to give you an idea before I show you what's out there in the real world. I want to give you more than an idea. Here's where we're going to be at, ladies and gentlemen. You can go a couple of routes on this deal. A 4-coin collection that's going to include the $50 all the way down to the nickel. 4 coins, $50, $quarter, dime, all silver, and the Liberty nickel. And that's going to be $49.95. $49.95, and that's a big deal. Now that I have your attention, what you're saying to yourself, that cannot be. I can't even buy a Barber $50 for that kind of money. And you're right, you can't. Take a look. Here's a circulated Barber $50. The selling price of that coin is almost $64. Here is another one. This is a different date. I want to show you how it gets around. Almost $64 there as well. These are $50. Here's a coin that's considerably more worn out than the other photos that you saw, dating from 1900 and over $65. Now, just that one price out there, folks, is more than we're asking for the entire 4-coin collection. And it gets even better than that, because if you want to go quantity on this deal and you want to buy some history and you want to stock up on silver, we're going to give you the opportunity to buy 4 of the 4-coin sets. So you're going to get 4 of each of the sizes. And there is the material of which we are going to be choosing from. Now, that will be 16 coins total for each of the $50, $quarter, the dimes, and the nickels for $189.95. Very important, because look at this, folks. Well, I went to look for Barber silver quarter dollars. They're in this deal in circulated condition. There's a coin right there, almost $38. Here's an 1898, almost $46. That's well over $100 for just 2 coins out there in the real world. The set of 4 right here is $49.95. Now, this is priced right. It's got the history. It's got silver. It's got a lot of collectability. I got to tell you something. When you start doing research on coins like these, the first thing that you're going to find out is the survivability of these coins is down to a mere fraction of the mintage of every single year. Think about it. First of all, it's been over 100 years since the last one of these were struck. They were used extensively in commerce. They were struck to be released into circulation, and they circulated. People spent every single Barber design, from the $50 all the way down to the Liberty nickel. And at the time when these coins were released in America, you could buy a lot with a nickel. My grandfather was born in 1900. And when I was a kid, he used to tell me what he would be able to buy for a nickel. Because When I would complain about how little allowance I got when I was a little kid, my grandfather would say to me, you know, at my time, when I had a nickel, I could buy a hot dog and a soda and all kinds of different things, and you would be surprised what you could buy for a dime. So the purchasing power of these early silver coins and the early Liberty nickel was so important because they were used. It's important to us collectors because what is left over is just a little tiny bit of the coinage that was struck for the whole entire series. So $189.95 for 16 of these Barber coins, 4 half-dollars, quarter-dollars, dimes, and nickels. Or if you're just starting out as a collector and you want to open up, well, maybe somebody else's world to have them join you in coin collecting, maybe you want to go for the 4-coin collection at less than $50. Because I got to tell you, in terms of value, in terms of rarity, in terms of history, in terms of solid silver, you're getting it all. And it really is interesting to take a look back at the history of Charles Barber. Here's a Barber dime. This one is dated 1908. Now, to land this coin, you're going to have to throw in another 20 bucks. So you're getting half-dollars, in many cases over $65. You're getting quarter-dollars over $45. You're getting the dime at almost $20. Now, we're going to add another coin into this deal and massacre the price on that deal that you look at right there, and we're at $49.95 for 4 of these coins. And again, I have to say, I know, but I want you to realize you get in this deal a half-dollar, a quarter-dollar, a dime, all silver, and a Liberty nickel. Oh, and by the way, I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, wait a minute, those coins are circulated. I want the uncirculated version of those coins. Hey, at Rare Collectibles, we do it all. And if you are interested in Barber coinage in uncirculated condition, I really ask that you call us. We have a great group of folks here who can find you any coin. In fact, we specialize in some of the rarest coins that you can get, and we have delivered to our collectors uncirculated examples of each and every single one of these coins that you're seeing right now. Now, here is another Barber silver dime. This one is a 1905, $21. $21. Now, Liberty nickels. The Liberty nickel is one of the most famous coins in the world because of the V on the back. Many people call them V nickels. And in the very beginning, when these coins first came out, they were oftentimes plated with gold to be passed off as a $5 gold coin. So there's a lot of history in this entire series. I mean, you look at that $quarter right there in the shot. That is a coin that has survived the generation that was originally released into circulation. And somewhere along the line, many, many, many decades ago, it was put away to be preserved. And there is an Omint half-dollar right there. And you're looking at the reverses of these coins. And the reverses of these coins were groundbreaking. They displayed the American eagle in a very bold, powerful rendition. And here is a Liberty nickel, a little after the turn of the 20th century, for over $18. So, folks, when you start adding up the value, and I'll tell you, this is what other coin dealers are selling their Barber material for. Let's see, we had 65, I'll call it 40 for the half. When you looked at the quarters, they were over 30 bucks easy. I'm understating it all. The dimes at 20 bucks, even the nickels, if I go $15, I found one here at $14.80. That's $169 for 4 coins that Rare Collectibles is doing for $49.95. And I got to tell you, this is value, and this is how it's done here. So when you want the opportunity to start bulking up on these coins at $189.95, There's so much value here, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to strive to give you the utmost in variety. One of the reasons why we've accumulated so many of these coins that were shocking that we couldn't get as many as we thought we were going to is we wanted to be able to dig deep and to give you varied dates and to make sure that you had something encompassing, something really great, encompassing the whole entire series of Barber coinage that we're featuring right here. So let's take another look. Now, you see right in front of the display there, we have a lot of the Barber half dollars. And I'll tell you, folks, that coin is so sought after, its size, its value, its history, the fact that it was a major component of commerce makes that one of the toughest coins to find because it was worn out more than it was saved. There are so many of these that don't exist anymore. Just try to accomplish the feat that we have here. I don't think you could do it. I don't think you could do it for $49.95. In fact, I'm sure you can't, because when you look around, it's going to be well over $150. And even if you pleaded and pleaded, you might be able to get a little discount out of those other guys. You might be able to bring it down to $139 or something like that. But $49.95, never going to happen. And the big deal at $189.95, folks, nowhere but Rare Collectibles. Now, am I tooting our horn a lot? Let me tell you why I'm doing it. I've been a coin dealer for a long time and a coin collector for even longer. The reason why I'm a coin dealer is because I started out as a coin collector. And you can take it from me. These were never easy coins to find 25 years ago. I got into business about 35 years ago. You didn't see them. You saw so many Kennedys because they made over 4 billion of them. But to really reach back, you know, I mean, you had the current Kennedy, then you had the Franklin. Before that, you had the Walking Liberty half dollar. So when you go all the way back to the era of the Barbers, well, there's hardly anything left. Don't lose out on this deal, because in addition to these great coins, we've also really given you guys the best price you're ever going to see. Here's the deal one last time. A 4-coin collection of Barber designs that feature the half dollar, the quarter dollar, the dime, and the nickel. Those 4 coins, $49.95. Not just for the nickel and the dime, all 4 coins. And then, to go a little quantity on this deal, you get 4 of the 4 coin sets for 16 coins for $189.95. They're in stock and ready to go. I got to wrap this up, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you so much for watching this presentation. And remember, if you want history and you want to go big with history, this is the place to come. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm here with the lovely and gracious Caitlin Tomaska, who's going to be helping me out. Caitlin is going to be showing you some magnificent Morgan dollars. And it's my great pleasure to be able to show you folks today. You know, I've specialized in Morgan dollars. That's the first area I specialized in when I became a dealer in the early 1980s. And I've talked about how the first book I got on Morgan dollars was by a fellow by the name of Jim Osbon. And I would talk about that first book, how I picked it off a shelf in a coin shop. But I didn't have a copy of it. I had gotten lost over the years. About a week ago, Caitlin hands this book to me, and there it is. And I said, Caitlin, where'd you find my book? And she said, no, I got this. Where'd you get it?
I got it from a secondhand store.
She got it from a secondhand store, okay? And I said, that's right. It's not my original book, because mine had one of the cover was torn at the edge there. It was ripped off. But this is my first ever book by Jim Osborne, and it's amazing how, grading standards and things have changed over the decades, folks, because, like for dates like the 1888 S of the uncirculated grade, in uncirculated condition, they'd say about 35% of them are MS65 or better. Well, by today's grading standards, it's not 35%, it might be, a couple percent. So grading standards have changed a lot, but this is my very first book. Thank you for finding it. I
you're
really
welcome.
appreciate that.
I like finding fun books.
Yeah, this is so cool. That was so cool. And my second book, this is actually, it was Wayne Miller's Morgan and Peace-Dollar textbook. Now, originally, it was out in soft cover. It was slightly smaller than this. This was his updated second edition. If you can find one of these, folks, this is a cool book because it offers a date-by-date analysis, and it doesn't go into exact rarities and stuff like that. It does go into the rarity of the various dates in high-grade mint state. Now, you have to remember this book is 30 years old, so that a lot of the information is kind of outdated. But one of the things Mr. Miller did that I really appreciated, and I've copied in all my books, is he would get, state-of-the-art pictures for the different Morgan dollars in, exceptional Morgan dollars. Now, state-of-the-art back in 1984 was not what state-of-the-art is today. But for that day, it was outstanding stuff. So that's just a couple of cool little tidbits. I started off, what originally attracted me to Morgan dollars was the fact that they were old, big, beautiful silver dollars. And if one did a little research, like I was doing, one could often acquire some very rare examples at an affordable price. And I became a specialist in these coins, and I would sell to other dealers. And I found out I had a very good eye for nice Morgan dollars. Now, for me, when I started out, and while our regular viewers, this story from past shows, but for our new viewers, we get so many new viewers in every week here watching our show. When I got back into collecting, when I was in my 20s, and I had my first full-time job, my coin budget was, about $100 a month. So you have some idea of what my parameters were for affordable at that time. So I looked for the finest quality Morgan dollars possible for a given date. And again, I became a specialist in these. Many of my clients have won awards for the finest sets. Here's an NGC award for Best Classic Sets for Proof Morgan dollars from 2006. In fact, my clients have had the best, finest Morgan dollar collections on the NGC website since 2003. The first finest set went from 2003 to 2008. It was one owner. It was First Strike Society, the Everest Collection, and from 2009 on, it's been a second client. He's had the finest collection. I helped him put the set together. Approximately, 40% of the coins in his collection are coins that I acquired for him so he could achieve that #1 status. And probably the pride and joy of the whole collection is this coin he has in his set, which is the finest known, the rarest Philadelphia Mint Proof Morgan, the 1878 reverse of 79. There's only about a half dozen known, and that's the finest known example. Fantastic coin. So I've got a lot of experience with Morgan dollars, and it's such a great time to start putting some nice Morgan dollars together. What I quickly learned when I first began, though, my study of Morgan dollars, and what I understood from the books I was reading on Morgan dollars, is that mintages have nothing to do with the Morgan dollar's rarity and value in uncirculated condition. There are literally thousands and thousands of bags of Morgan dollars across the country. Thousands of bags of circulated or lightly circulated Morgan dollars. A little over 380 million, in fact, the number is 386 million Morgan dollars were left after the 1918 Pitman melts, the great majority of which are circulated. almost every family in this country, I think, probably has, at least one or two of these coins tucked into the drawer somewhere. And, they're cool coins. Huge silver dollars, struck over 100 years ago. So, most people who own these coins, who are not collectors, they often believe that what they have is extremely valuable. And it's always a disappointment when after I see the coin, I have to tell them that no, it's worth a small premium over its silver value, maybe $35 or $40. Here's a great example. Morgan dollar, 1896-0. Here's a coin that circulated, and also 92S, and I've got it highlighted in orange. In circulated condition, a 92S is about $32, $33. 96.0, $32, $33 in circulated condition. But you get a 92S in just MS60 uncirculated condition. It goes from a $32 coin to a $37,000 coin. The 96.0 goes from a $32 coin to a $1,500 or $1,400 coin. Here's a look. I've just highlighted it. This is from the latest Coin Dealer newsletter, the gray sheet. This is what dealers use as a buying guide. And it's very small print, so you probably can't, I don't know if we can read it, but there you go. That's excellent. You could see the 92S there, $32 in VG condition, and it doesn't become really valuable. Even AU there at $1,300, but then when you get an MS60, it jumps to $37,000. And that's because the 92S Morgan dollar and the 96.0 Morgan dollar are not particularly low mintage coins. The 96.0, they struck about 5 million coins, almost. The 92S, 1.2 million. And circulated examples are easy to come by. And it's when you get to these uncirculated examples where Morgan dollars have their real value. Now, this chart helps explain why. It's a little chart I did, and just to break it down for you. If we can get that whole thing, and there you go. Okay, that top line, Morgan dollars melted under the 1918 Pittman Act. About 270 million Morgan dollars were melted down. That left, after those were melted down, that left about 386 million survivors. Now, of that 386 million, PCGS and NGC combined have graded in uncirculated condition. Uncirculated, which begins at the MS60 grade, that's the lowest grade of uncirculated, to MS69, which is the highest grade any Morgan has ever received. The total, you add all those coins up, about 5.7 million coins have been graded uncirculated out of that 386 million. That represents 1.5% of the total Morgan dollar surviving population. Now, folks, that number there, that 1.5%, 1.5% in uncirculated condition, even though these coins only represent 1.5% of the total outstanding Morgan dollar population, those uncirculated coins probably represent about 98% of the total value of the total outstanding Morgan dollar population. Let me repeat that. Even though of the surviving Morgan dollars, only a couple percent have survived in uncirculated condition, they represent about 98% of the value, perhaps, of the total value of all the Morgan dollars out there. As you could see on the gray sheet values for that 92S and the 96.0. It would take thousands of 92S's to equal the value of one 92S in just MS60 condition. So if you're going to get involved in Morgans and commit your hard-earned dollars to putting some of these wonderful coins away, it's most important to focus on condition rarity when acquiring these coins. Now again, my regular viewers have heard me talk about this before on many occasions. But this is for the benefit of our new viewers watching our show today. For you folks watching for the first time, when we talk about rare coins in U.S. numismatics, there are really two different kinds of rarity. Originally, many generations ago, rare coins were mostly defined in terms of their absolute rarity. How many were struck? How many may have survived, regardless of condition? The most frequent example I like to cite, because it's a coin most collectors are familiar with, is the 1916p Standing Liberty Quarter. The mint only struck 52,000 examples, a fraction of which have survived today. It's an extremely difficult coin to find in any condition. Even AG examples, almost good examples, heavily circulated, will fetch thousands of dollars. And I've got a few auction records just to give you an idea of this. Here's one in VG8. Very good. This is, in other words, heavily circulated condition. 1916p. $4,300 for that coin. Here's one more recently sold, and this one is in XF condition, extra fine condition, so a slightly, but still heavily circulated. But you can see the price jumps to over $8,000. You get to uncirculated, you could be talking $15,000, $20,000. Now, thing is, over the decades, mostly the past, I'd say 50 plus years, collectors have also become increasingly concerned about a coin's condition. Understandably, we collectors tend to want the finest, most attractive example of a given date for our collections. And as coin collecting became more popular during the decade of the 1950s and beyond, the condition of a coin became more and more important as more and more collectors wanted not just to own any old example of a particular date, but the best quality example of that date they could find and afford. Great illustration of that, two red books I have here. Now, the red book can't print the value of every single grade of every single coin. If they did, the book would be, 1,000 pages. So it just highlights the most important grades. Now, I've got a red book from 1964. This is my first red book. And I have to be very careful with handling this because if I'm a little too rough, some of the pages might fall out. But I'm going to turn to the Morgan dollars here in this section very carefully. And here you have on the first page, Caitlin, if you could just real carefully, because last time I did this, one of my coin books fell apart. I don't know if you can zoom into that page there where it starts with the 1878 eight-tail feather. And on the right-hand page there, Amy, there you go. At the very bottom there, you could see the eight-tail, the very first coin listed, extra fine $3, Unk $6. That was it. And they had the value for the proof coin. Now, that was in 1964. But now look at the breakdown in the most recent. Okay, this is a 2014 edition of the Red Book. And that's on the left-hand page there at the bottom. Yeah, there you go. Right at the very bottom, the very first coin. They get into all the grades of circulated, but they just, for uncirculated, they just don't have Unk. They've got MS60, which they have at $160. They have MS63 at $250. They have MS64 at $500, MS65 at $1,600. And there are even grades beyond that. But the importance of condition, as you can see, has so much increased over the last 50 years. It's so critical nowadays, and especially when you're talking about uncirculated versus circulated. There are circulated examples, $45, uncirculated, it's a couple $100. And so the focus of the hobby changed. And what collectors and dealers learned over time was that there are many, many dates, many issues in U.S. numismatics, which may be very common in circulated condition, but in uncirculated condition may be extremely rare. And this focus, folks, on condition rarity drives much of collecting today and is, in fact, greatly responsible for the tremendous growth in interest in the Morgan Dollar series. Because most Morgan Dollar dates are very common in the lower circulated grades. It's in the uncirculated grades that many of these dates become condition rarities. Here's a chart I made. I put it together. Took me several hours, but it's really important because it illustrates the relative condition rarity from the most common Morgan dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition to the rarest Morgan dollars in brilliant and uncirculated condition. And it's several pages long. And I've organized the Morgan Dollar dates in this series, and there's 100 dates and mint marks, by their condition rarity. And I used the latest NGC population numbers, where I added up all the coins they graded of each date from MS60 on up, from the most common and ending with the rarest. Here's the first page. And these are coins that where NGC has graded at least 40,000 in uncirculated condition, beginning with the most common. And it's very, very interesting. Most common coin, most of you know if you've collected Morgan dollars, 1881S. NGC has graded over 226,000 examples in uncirculated condition, all grades, MS60 and higher. Then comes the 840, 850. But you notice how quickly it drops off. When you get down to the 82S there, 72,000, it's a third of what the 81S is in the space of about a dozen coins. And then about 7, 8 coins later, you get down to the 1888P, you're already down to only 44,000 coins. So just in the space of about 20 coins, you have coins of condition rarity increasing about 5-fold in the space of about 20 coins. You got that 83cc there on that first page. An 1883cc in uncirculated condition, only 42,000. Here's one that was on eBay, and this is, when you see these on uncirculated, they're on other shows, they're usually somewhere between $250, $350, $400. So that price is in the ballpark of what you find for an uncirculated 1883cc. So there we go, and the last coin on that page is 1900, just over 40,000. So huge drop in rarity in the space of like 23 coins, from 226,000 down to only 40,000. Now we go to the second page, folks. And these are coins that have rarity where they have less than 40,000 graded down to 15,000. So we're getting to another level of condition rarity. This is where we're getting to some very scarce coins. There you got the 1878S, much rarer than the other early S mints. Much rarer. The 1878S is often lumped in together with the 79, 80, 81, 82. The 78S, a much tougher coin to get in brilliant uncirculated condition. But you notice only 5 coins down, how the rarity doubles. 1888-0, only 21,000. You're already down to only 21,000 coins graded. All grades in uncirculated, only 21,000 coins. And then about another 10 coins later, you're down to rarities of about only 15,000 coins out of 16 million coins minted for the 1890P. Out of 16 coins minted, only 15,000 certified by NGC. in uncirculated. And then finally the 1882 just over 15,000 out of, even though over 6 million have been minted. Now you notice on that page, the 1885 CC, only 228,000 minted, folks, but almost 18,000 graded in uncirculated. So again, this really illustrates the relationship between mintage and condition rarity, because mintage often has very little to do with the coin's condition rarity. There you've got an 1885 CC and an 1881 CC, really, really low mintages, and conditionally very, very, very scarce, very rare coins. But you've got some coins after that that have much higher mintages that are rare in uncirculated condition. And then we're going to get to this third page, folks. And these are coins that are even rarer than the coins on the second page. Starting with the 21D, with a mintage of 20 million, yet only 14,000 graded in uncirculated. And then you've got that 8 tail feather. That's a low mintage coin, only 9,800 coins. But then a little farther down, you've got the 030 there. 4.5 million, only 7,200 coins graded uncirculated. And finally at 87S, 1890cc, just over 5,000. And in uncirculated condition, those can be quite expensive. We're getting to some really tough coins there. The 1880 in uncirculated condition, the 1879 some really valuable coins when you can get nice uncirculated examples of these coins. You don't, 1891 CC. Many of you are familiar with that date. Tough coins in uncirculated condition. Circulated condition, folks, you can get them for $35, $40 for the most part. Now finally we get to this last one. This last group, these are the rarest of all. Coins with less than 5,000 graded, uncirculated. Take a look here, beginning with this page here. 91S is the first one there. 5.3 million, only 4,900 graded and uncirculated. 7/8 tail feather, 78 reverses 59. They really don't know what the mintage is because that was lumped together with the other coins struck in that year, and there's no real knowledge of how many were struck, but there weren't that many. But then you get a date like the 1889 12 million struck, and look how rare it is in uncirculated. Only 3,500 coins graded. And you move down the page some more. 93p, rare coin. 2,100 coins graded, but then you have the 99S and the 98S. 3 and 4 million coins graded, but even rarer than that 93p and those coins you see above it. The 79cc. The 79cc, 2,700 coins graded, uncirculated. An UNC 79cc is going to run you about $4,000, folks. And I've got a comp right here just to show you that. Here's one. Here, this is an auction price 79cc, MS61, and it's almost $6,000. That's typical. That's par for the course for a 79cc. And then we get to the last page here, which is just a continuation of this under 5,000 population, and this is the last page of these rarest of all coins. Until finally we get to that 1893S at the very bottom. That's the king coin. That's the Godzilla of Morgan dollars. Now that has a very, very low mintage. I mentioned the 92S earlier, how that's a $32 coin in circulated condition, but a $40,000 coin in MS60 grade. And that's why, because they're so rare. They have such tremendous condition rarity in uncirculated condition. A $40,000 coin in uncirculated, a $35 coin in circulated. 93S though, because it's only 100,000 issued, that's still a $3,000 coin even in circulated grade, because finding any 93S, it has a lot of absolute rarity. But then as far as condition rarity, lowest grade MS60 is a $100,000 coin. Now, I have a very special set of 21 brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars for you that I want you to take a look at. Now, I know you could turn on another channel, and sooner or later you'll find one of these other shows offering you a roll of 20 Morgan dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition for $1,300, $1,200, maybe even $1,100. And maybe there'll be a couple sliders in these rolls, but you know, coins that are actually lightly circulated and not uncirculated. But maybe there won't be any sliders. They might be all nice, brilliant, uncirculated coins. Typically, the coins in these rolls you see on these shows can be found on this first page that we showed you here. Usually when you see these kinds of deals, they're coins from that first page, 40,000 or more graded. 81 S's, 84 O's, 85 O's, 80 S's, 04 O's, 86 P's. You might get a couple examples from this second page, but just a couple, because these are more difficult to come by. Doubtful you're going to see a 90cc there, folks, or 87S or any of those coins like that, or 97S or 79O. You're not going to see those in those BU rolls, folks. Not true BUs. Now, those BUs that are offered, now we offer those BU mixed rolls ourselves here on Rare Collectibles TV. And honestly, nice BU Morgan dollar rolls for $1,200 are a really, really good deal. Here you're getting silver dollars struck over 100 years ago in brilliant uncirculated condition. The finest quality, top 2 to 3% of surviving Morgan dollars today. Rare coins in the condition sense for a relatively very small premium over their silver melt value. And that's so important because here I've got a gray sheet from about a year and a half ago, November of 2012. When silver was at $32 an ounce. Silver is currently about $19 an ounce. So for people who have really gotten heavily invested in silver bullion, over the last year and a half, 2 years, they've really taken a major hit. On the other hand, if they had bought nice uncirculated Morgan dollars, these coins have gone up in value. Why? Well, you got two things going with the Morgan dollars. You got the bullion. If silver goes up, that's going to help the value of these coins. But if silver goes down, you've got a finite quantity of brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars. Now, the circulated grades of these Morgan dollars have gone down in value along with the price of bullion. Because again, there's large quantities of circulated Morgan dollars out there. Thousands and thousands of bags, but there's a finite quality of these uncirculated coins. They have the numismatic component, the numismatic rarity. And because they're harder and harder to come by as collectors put these coins away, it's a finite quantity that's getting rarer by the month. Now, these 21 coins I have for you, I've never been particularly interested in offering my clients coins they could find anywhere else. at their local coin shop or coin show. From my perspective, if they're easy to find, I mean, if the coins are easy to find, if you can get these at your local coin shop or local coin show, what would you need me for? I mean, really, seriously. I have this ethic, folks, that demands I do better. If you're going to spend your hard-earned money on rare coins, it's incumbent on me to offer you the most bang for your numismatic buck as possible. These Morgan dollars I have for you today should be silver dollars that offer you the most eye appeal, quality, and most importantly, rarity and future potential for your numismatic dollar as possible. Now, I set a goal of offering a spectacular 20-coin set, a roll quantity of brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars that would encompass the full spectrum of rarity of these coins in brilliant uncirculated condition, from the more common dates that were on page 1 to many of the rarest dates in the series. So that if you never bought another Morgan dollar, you would have a knockout set that you could be proud to own, knowing that you owned many Morgan dollars offering a level of condition rarity that you don't find at your local coin shop or on some other coin show that you may have watched over the past 20 years. And my goal was to be able to make this roll, provide it for under $5,000 for the roll. That would be less than $250 a coin. This isn't your typical mixed roll of 20, folks. In this case, 21, because I actually have 21 coins. This isn't your typical 21 Morgan dollars. Now, there's a great quote by Thomas Jefferson. To paraphrase Thomas Jefferson, he once said, "I'm a great believer in luck, and I find the harder I work, the more I have of it." I acquired over a bag quantity of some absolutely spectacular mixed state, brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars that had been in someone's vault or collection. Maybe it was hidden in a secret wall. Who knows where it's been hiding these decades, but this bag hadn't seen the light of day for over 40 years. And it was a big deal, and we were able to get it. And we've been very pleasantly surprised when we found that it wasn't just a bag of nice, brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars. Common dates. Here are the coins you'll be getting in this roll plus one. I've got that same chart for you of the rarity rankings. And the coins you see highlighted in red are the coins that are in this 21 coin super roll. Beginning with the 81S. We've got an 81S. We've got an 040, 86P, 830, 79S, 85P. But you see I've included in this roll the 1883CC, 1889P, and 1900O. And if we can go to that shot over there, Amy, on those first 9 coins, and we get a close-up of those, you see at the upper left there's your 1881S. That 040 is second. Can we zoom in a little bit more? Is that possible? The third coin is the 86P, and then in the second row, you've got the 830. You've got the 79S, the 85P, and at the bottom, you've got the 83CC, in the lower left there, the 89P, and the 100O. And those are the coins in Category 1. So you've got the 3 rarest coins from that Category 1 in those 9 coins. The next group, Caitlin's going to show you this chart here. These are the ones you don't see very often. Now you occasionally see a 78S. We've got one of those. But we also have an 88O. 88O there. Twice as rare as the 78S. And then I've included the 84P and the 2 rarest examples from this second category, the 97P and the 82O. We have those on that second, in that second holder there, those 5 coins you see there. There's a beautiful 78S, brilliant uncirculated. And the next coin to the right there, that 880. Then down in the middle is a beautiful 84P. And down on the left-hand side is an 87P. And finally, the 1882O. Now, Caitlin is going to show you an example of an 1882O that she has here, and she's going to show you where the mint mark is on these, because this is really important. If you're new to Morgan dollars, you're asking yourself, well, what does the O mean and what does the S mean? That has to do with the mint. If there's no mint mark, the coin was struck in Philadelphia. If there's a CC, it was struck in Carson City. If there's an S, it was struck in San Francisco. And there you can see, right, she's pointing it to it, that little O there, between the D and O in dollar, right above the D and O, that O means it was struck in New Orleans. And that's a New Orleans 1882O, the rarest coin in the second category. Now, though, we're starting to get to some of the really, really great coins in this set, folks. And these were all good. The first 14 were fantastic. But now we're getting the coins with less than 15,000 in all grades. This is an amazing rarity, because when you consider a date like the 1881S, they've graded like 70,000 in MS65 and above. Okay, and here you've got coins that in all grades they've graded fewer than 15,000. And the coins highlighted are what we have in this very rare group. You've got the 81O, the 80P, the 21S, 1890S, and the 02P, 5,300 coins in this third category. Take a look at those coins. They're in the next 5 coin holder. At the top right there. There's your 81O, your 80P, 21S down at the middle. Such an underrated coin, incredibly underrated. 21S in mint state, a very tough coin. 21 million struck, only 11,000 graded in uncirculated condition. Then below that to the left, you've got your 1890S. 7,900 graded in uncirculated condition. Total pop by NGC. And then finally the 02P. And now finally, we get to the last page. We've got an 1891S. 4,900 coins. But we also have something extra special here. And this last coin is considerably rarer in mint state condition than the 92cc you see there, the 1879cc. Again, here's an 1879cc. MS62 grade. You saw one earlier that was $5,800 in 6.1. Here's one in 6.2. $6,000. The 92cc from this page, folks. The 92cc. Here's a 92cc. Top-rated seller, over $2,000 for a 92. They've graded about 4,000 in mint state, and it's a $2,100 coin. The 79cc, they've graded 2,700 in mint state, and it's a $4,000 coin in just, brilliant uncirculated condition, MS60, 61, 62 condition. We've got a 98S. We've got a handful of these 98S and 99Ss in this bag deal. we're going to include one or the other of the date. We have a limited quantity of the 98S and the 99S at the very end there, Amy. That's the 91S that you're going to get, but you're also going to get either a 98S or a 99S. And Caitlin's got one of these. She's going to show you in a close-up. There we go. We can pull one of those. Only 19, fewer than 2,000 graded of each. 1,993 graded of one, 1975 of the other. Almost identical condition rarity. A beautiful 99S. This was a tough one, getting this in there. We only have a handful of these coins. But it's such an important coin to include, folks, because for only a few $100s more, we're including a coin that has the potential to double, triple the value of this set in the years ahead. So we've got a 98S or 99S in this set for you. Finally, for a set this magnificent, wouldn't it be nice to display them in a manner that befits their stature? So this is a 21 coin set, folks, that I have a beautiful presentation case for. And here you get to see it. And the coins are arranged in order of their rarity. Those first 9 you see in the first 2 rows, those are the coins from that first page. There you go. They're all organized by rarity. And then you see, I don't know if we can get any closer on that shot there, Amy. Yeah, can we zoom in a little bit more on those? There we go. And then in the third row, you see the 78S. That's the first coin on the second page, though that's your second group of rarity on that second page. They're all arranged there for you. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant specimens arranged by their rarity, by their condition rarity. And then on the second tray, you've got that third category, the coins with 15,000 to 5,000, those first 5 coins. Beginning with the 81O and ending with the O2P there. Magnificent, brilliant, uncirculated specimens. There's your 90S at the very end of that row. And then at the bottom, you've got your under 5,000 coins. There's the 91S. And then you're going to get either one of these last 2 coins. You're going to get a 98S or a 99S. Now, folks, this has to be a date of our choice because we are so limited on the supply of either of these 2 coins from this group that we acquired. Now, I wanted to do this for under 5,000 for the roll. Less than $250 a coin. That was my goal. Well, I achieved that goal. Not only are you getting more than 20 coins, you're getting 21 coins. But I killed it, folks, because this complete set, and you figure the rarity you're getting in some of those coins, but especially with the last 2 groups of coins, you'd think this would be something around $10,000 or more. There's so much condition rarity in this set. The entire 21 coin group is not $9,500 or $7,900 or $4,900 or $3,900 or $3,500. The entire 21 coin group, from that rarest 3 in that first category to that second group of 5 to that 78S, 81O, 91S, 90S, 90 O2P, and finally 98S or the 99S. The whole thing is yours for only $2,795. Now, when you do the math, $27.95, that's $133.10 a coin, and it includes the display case. It includes the display case. And I would like to add that we're offering the 2-payment option on this amazing set of Morgans. That means you can put down $1,397.50 today, and we'll put a set aside for you in our vault. And then in 30 days, you pay the balance of $1,397.50, and the set is yours. Again, we've got everything from the 81S, and you're getting an 83cc, which by itself, on that first page, is by itself a $300 coin. But you're also getting the 89P from that page, and the 100O, which are rarer than the 83C in uncirculated mint state condition, and that's the those are the most common coins, those first 9. Then you get to the second page where you get a 78S, 88O, 84P, 97P, 82O. Those last 3 coins are all rarer in uncirculated condition than the 81cc, an 85cc, or a 78cc. A 78cc, folks, in MS6, just MS60 condition is about a $400 or $500 coin today. And you've got 3 coins on that second page that are rarer than the 78cc. And then you've got a group even rarer than those. You've got coins like the 81O, 80P, 21S, 90S, O2P, coins under 15,000. And finally, you've got a 91S, and you're going to get either a 98S or a 99S. Now, this is where you get maximum condition rarity for your numismatic dollar. I'm so proud to be able to put this set together. And again, this is so important. I don't spend a lot of time I don't think I've ever done a bullion presentation. I just don't do bullion presentations. Bullion can go up, bullion can go down. I'm bullish on bullion. But the thing is, if I was offering bullion coins, or if I were offering bullion coins to you a couple of years ago, when silver was $32, $33 an ounce, you would have taken a major hit today at today's prices. Because again, right now it's around $19 an ounce. You'd have taken a major, major hit. In that same time frame, these coins have gone up in value while bullion has gone down. And these coins will continue to go up in value because these are so much more than bullion. If silver goes back up, you're going to win on these. That's going to push the value of these coins up. But even if silver goes down, these are going to continue to grow in value because of their numismatic rarity. There's a finite quantity of these coins. You've got the common dates to these most rare states. These most rare states you can expect to skyrocket in value in the decades ahead because the quantities are so limited, so finite. This is an outstanding opportunity to put away a spectacular set of Morgan dollars. Even if you never buy another Morgan dollar, this is a set I would most highly recommend for only $27.95, $133.10 a coin. Think of how many coins there are out there that are more than $133.10, that are not silver dollars, that don't have near the rarity of these coins you're getting today, folks. And it is available on the 2-payment option, $1,397.50 today, and $1,397.50 in 30 days, and you'll have a great set of 21 Morgan dollars. This is an incredible opportunity. We are getting a lot of calls in on this already. This is something, and I'm not going to talk about this too much longer because, again, I have a finite number of these sets because of the difficulty of getting those rare dates in this collection. I remember, and here it is again. It's so important when we're talking about these Morgan dollars, we talk about them in brilliant uncirculated condition. Condition rarity is what it's all about because, again, if you're talking about circulated Morgan dollars, they're out there by the bags. It's an uncirculated condition where they become really rare. Only a couple % of the surviving Morgan dollar population has survived in brilliant uncirculated condition. So that's why, again, as bullion has dropped over the last couple of years, these low-grade circulated Morgan dollars have dropped in value as well because they're primarily bullion coins because they are so available. On the other hand, these uncirculated coins are so much rarer that they have so much more condition rarity. And they have continued to go up in value because of that very, very finite quantity out there. And for us to be able to come across these coins, to be able to offer you some of the rarest dates in the series, and to do it all for $27.95, it's just a thrill. It's a thrilling opportunity for me to be able to do this. And I want to bring you just back to this one last page here and point to that 78 cc, 81 cc, and 85 cc in the middle of the page. Great coins. We often offer those coins. But even the 78 cc with a mintage of 2.2 million is a coin that's $400 or $500 in uncirculated condition. Here's one that was cleaned, Unk details, top-rated seller on eBay. Low-grade Unk that was cleaned, 78 cc, and it's $500. Okay, and you can pull that page back off so they can go back to that. So and the 81 cc and 85 cc are even more expensive than the 78 cc. Those three dates alone, and just for average Unks, you could spend $2,000 for those three coins. And I've got three coins just on that page that have more condition rarity than those three CCs. And then I have the next page of 5 coins that are even rarer than those. These 5 coins, those CCs were up around 16, 17, 18,000 graded. Here you've got coins 14,000, 12,000, 11,000, 7,900, 5,300. And then on the final page, the 91S, 4,900, and those two at the bottom, so deep into that rarity category, rarer than the 79cc, which you see there. They've graded about 2,700, a $4,000 coin in just MS60 grade. Up above it, 10 coins from the top, the 92cc, almost 4,000 graded. And that's a $2,000 coin. And I'm including either a 99S or a 98S in this set. You're going to get one or the other. Brilliant uncirculated, and this whole thing, that 98S or 99S, by itself should be over $2,700, folks. And someday, that's where it's going to be. But for today, you get the whole set, the entire set of 21, only here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show Rare Collectibles TV in this showcase. We acquired these custom cases specifically for this set because this is something that we feel you would be so, it makes it so easy to show your friends. A beautiful display case where you can take the Morgan dollars out. Could you just show them how one comes, flips right out of there? Easy to just flip right out. There's a little space for your finger to take the coin out so you could. It's in a protective, airtight holder. You can turn it around, look at the obverse and reverse. It's a perfect way to admire, enjoy your set, and to share it with friends. All for only $27.95. We still have a lot of folks calling in. I don't know if we have a queue on this. It looks like we may, but please stay on the line. We'll take care of you as soon as we get to you, but I will have to cut it off at this point in time, because this is an item, like so many of the items I offer here on Rare Collectibles TV, we can't back order it. So we have enough online to handle, enough of these sets to handle what we currently have online, but we're going to have to stop right here. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I hope you take advantage of one of these sets. This is the greatest group of Morgan dollars I've ever been able to offer here on any show. It's the greatest group of 21 Morgan dollars that any show has ever offered. All for $27.95, right here on Rare Collectibles TV. Thanks for watching. Please stay tuned for our next presentation. I believe you're going to enjoy that one just as much as I hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks again.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the Mint State coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the Mint State coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there are only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure, unlike the business strikes. The rims are higher, and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar of the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse. That was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV owns this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had two parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued, and what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a silver eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And a 1994 in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is. To put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan Mercanti label, They are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. That's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following: an absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guarantee, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect Proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can. Because from first day of issue, which lasts really just, it's fleeting. Just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity, and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching.
gold double eagles. I have been most fortunate to handle many of the most desirable United States rare coins over the past decades, and placing these treasures with fellow collectors who love and appreciate these gems as much as I do. I know my gold double eagles. Here's one. This is an 1896. It's a proof. It's the finest known 1896 proof double eagle. This, if it ever came out to the market, could be $1 million coin. All the PCGS graded proof double eagles, this is the highest graded example for the entire series. And in fact, we have a client who has the #1 ranked set, #1 ranked proof double eagle set, gold double eagle set on the NGC registry. It's the Everest collection. Now, I have a great gold coin for you today, folks. This coin really should not exist in the condition that I have it in. It's a coin well over 100 years old, and these coins I have never been in circulation, all right? They've never been in circulation. In other words, they were taken from a mint bag like you see here. This is one of the original mint bags that was the source for many of these coins. They have been sitting in a bank vault since the 1930s. But I'll tell you about that in a minute. I'd like you to take a look at these coins that I have for you today. This is the rarest Liberty Double Eagle we have ever offered in quantity, and it's an 1895P in MS 62 condition. That means they're mint state, uncirculated coins. How can a coin over 100 years old have been preserved in such great condition? They are so rare in the condition you see these coins in, folks. Now, these are gold double eagles. They're the largest gold coins struck for commerce by the United States Mint. Over the centuries, the Mint has struck gold coins in many different sizes and denominations. And here's a chart that shows the different sizes of gold coins that the U.S. Mint struck from the late 1700s through 1933. The coin on the far left there is a $1 gold piece. It's a tiny coin, folks. It's smaller than a dime. Very small coin. And then you have a $2.50 gold piece. And then there's a $3 gold piece. And then there's a $4 gold piece, which is referred to as the Stella. And then you have a $5 gold piece, which is about a 1/4 ounce of gold. It's about the size of a nickel. That's a larger gold coin. And then you have the $10 gold piece, which is about a 1/2 ounce of gold. And it's referred to as the Eagle, because up until 1850, the $10 gold piece was the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. And so they referred to it as the Eagle. And then they discovered gold in California in 1848. And with this abundance of gold, our nation was able to strike even larger gold coins, which was of great benefit to the banking system. And this larger gold coin was twice the size of the Eagle, with virtually an ounce of gold. And so they referred to it as the Double Eagle. And there's an example. It was a specimen. Only 2 were struck in 1849, and the first examples struck for commerce came out in 1850. Now, that coin you're looking at, folks, that coin is considered the single most valuable coin in all of United States numismatics, that 1849 Double Eagle you're looking at. It's valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. For commerce, they began striking these gold eagles for the general public in 1850. Right now, at this point in time, is a great time to acquire rare, high-grade gold double eagles. There was an article that came out. The title of it is "It Time for a New Perspective on Generic Gold?" And this just came out a year ago, and there's a paragraph in here that encapsulates what the article is all about. To quote, "There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot." Now, what do they mean by that? Well, when they refer to spot, they were referring to the value of the gold. And right now, spot is around $1,900 for an ounce of gold. I'll give you an example from my personal experience. It's 15 or 20 years ago, I had some gold double eagles. And gold at that time was about $350 to $400 an ounce. And these were uncirculated gold double eagles, common dates. They weren't rare date Liberty Gold double eagles. They were like a 1904, one of the most common dates. And I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500. Now, the Liberty Gold double eagles I have for you today are a much rarer date. They're from the 1890s, folks. Rarely do you find mint date Liberty Gold double eagles from the 1890s. The story of these coins really starts with the Great Depression. It was economic devastation for our country. In 1933 alone, folks, it was estimated that there were 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Now, back then, there was no federal deposit insurance to guarantee your savings. So if you had your nest egg, your life savings in the bank, that you spent 20, 30 years saving for your retirement, and you go to the bank the next day, and it's closed shut, it failed, you were wiped out. And they had 4,000 of those bank failures, affecting millions of Americans, just in 1933 alone. Now, you can imagine for all those other Americans who had their money in banks that had not yet failed. They were terrified. So what people began to do, and I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. They began pulling their money out of these banks, that paper money. You know, with the economy the way it was during the Great Depression, that paper money could be worthless in 6 months or a year. So they began taking their paper money, and with that paper money, they began to buy gold and gold coins. Because throughout human history, you could go back to the ancient Egyptian times and the times of the great pharaohs. Across all cultures, gold has always had value. So here you had all these people pulling their money out of the banks to buy gold coins. This created additional stress on our banking system. And so then President Franklin Roosevelt, in an effort to stop this hemorrhaging of our banking system, passed Executive Order 6102 in April of 1933, which made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, gold was about $20 an ounce back then. So that means you could own 5 double eagles, but that was it. The rest you had to return to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. And you had to turn it in on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you did not obey that order, folks, they prosecuted. And it was a severe penalty. If you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, and this happened to many citizens, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And it was prosecuted. So what did the government do with all these gold coins? Did they put them away in a vault for future use for, maybe sometime in the future, 50, 100 years in the future? No, they melted them back down into gold bars. These statistics from 1933 to 1940, fully 39% of all the double eagles ever struck from 1850 to 1933 were melted back down into gold bars. That's over 50 million coins melted back down into gold bars. Gone forever. Which is just one of the reasons that finding any gold double eagles is extremely, extremely difficult. There are very few survivors. What I have today, though, is from what's called the Great European Bank Hoard. The gold coins you see today, folks. The Great European Bank Hoard was a solution to a problem that all these American citizens faced back in 1933. Not every citizen turned their gold coins in. A lot of people were stuck between a rock and a hard place. You either turn your gold coins in exchange for paper money, which they did not want, or you hold on to your gold coins and you get arrested and thrown in prison, which was not very desirable. But there was a third alternative. There was nothing in that executive order that didn't say you couldn't own gold in another country. And so you had a lot of citizens and institutions who proceeded to take gold coins and to ship them to banks in Europe for safekeeping in the early 1930s. In bags, just like you see here. This is one of the original bags from what we call the Great European Bank Hoard. Now, most of the gold coins, folks, shipped to these European banks were of the more recent vintage. Again, remember, this is happening in the early 1930s. So most of the gold coins were struck in the 1900s. A lot of them were St. Gaudens double eagles, which were the most recently struck gold coins. Rarely do you see any coins prior to 1900, like we have today. And you certainly don't see them in Mint State 62. Coins are graded on what we call the Sheldon grading scale. It goes from a low of 1, which is the lowest possible grade. That's a coin that's very heavily worn, where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection under high magnification. Only the most modern coins, proof coins and mint state coins struck by the U.S. Mint today over the last 20, 30 years ever grade 70, when they have advanced technologies that allow them to strike perfect coins. There are no Liberty double eagles, folks, that grade MS-70 or even MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-62 is a coin that was never in circulation, with very, very minimal bag marks. It somehow has survived the process of striking the coin. Again, these were large, heavy coins struck for commerce. They didn't receive any kind of special treatment. These heavy coins, 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar, were struck in the die press, ejected into a bin. They would go through coin counting machines. They would get dumped into bags and get shipped to banks throughout the country. So that by the time you would get one of these coins from the teller, even though it had never been in circulation, it would have numerous heavy bag marks. I've got a couple examples right here as an educational tool. Here's a 1903, never in circulation, but look at the deep gouge on Liberty's lower jaw there. This coin is not even gradable. When you have a deep cut like that, again, from one double eagle falling on top of another, it's not even gradable. Here's another one, a 1907, a later date. And you could see the deep scuff on Liberty's cheekbone and on the lower part of her neck there, just deep gouges. So even though this coin is not circulated, it's uncirculated, it wouldn't be gradable. You could send it to NGC or PCGS and they would say uncirculated, damaged. Even that 1849 in the Smithsonian, folks, even though they only struck 2 specimens in 1849, you'll notice at about 8 o'clock in the fields, 3 very prominent and deep reading marks. My guess is this was the first of the double eagle struck. And it fell into the bin. The obverse was facing up at the bottom of the bin. And then the second coin that was struck, as it was ejected down into the bin, the rim of that coin with the reeded edge, the rim landed on top at 8 o'clock on that first coin. And that's those reading marks you see right there. It's probably MS62, MS63 quality. So the fact that these have survived at MS62, when you take a look at one of these, folks, these are a miracle. Never been in circulation. A coin that's never been in circulation grades MS60 and higher. MS meaning mint state. Anything below MS, if it's a grade of 58 or 55, it gets an AU, meaning almost uncirculated. These are mint state, and they're mint state 62, meaning they're uncirculated with very minimal bag marks. Folks, if you've ever had the privilege of going to the Smithsonian, they have the greatest coin collection, United States coins in the world, including that 1849, and considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics, valued in the tens of millions of dollars. You look at their Liberty Double Eagle collection, some of the most incredible Liberty Double Eagles in existence. The 1895P in the Liberty Double Eagle collection at the Smithsonian is a stunning MS63. And what I have for you today is just one grade below the Smithsonian specimen. Incredible MS62 examples from the European bank hoard. Again, these coins should not exist. The only reason they exist in this condition is because they were stored in a bank in Europe for almost 90 years, sitting there silently, not being jumbled around, just in the corner of some vault. And so they've been preserved in this most extraordinary condition. And every coin you see, all the coins we offer here, when it comes to gold, will be graded by either NGC or PCGS, the leading grading services in the world. These grading services guarantee you that the grade of the coin is what it says on the holder. These coins are at the perfect grade with the perfect price point. And the price I have them for you today, folks, this is the good part. Because when we get a deal like this, where we get some good fortune coming our way, and we get a much rarer date for just about the same price as a much more common date, we pass our good fortune on to you. And folks, to get these 1895Ps, among the finest specimens from some bags from the great European bank hoard, this really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is much rarer date. This is a coin that if we had it at $4,900, you'd be getting a really good price. You'd be getting it for the price of a 1904P. And it's an 1895P. But that wouldn't be our best price. That wouldn't be a price based on our cost. $3,900 would be an exceptional price. But again, it wouldn't be our best price. Gold is around $1,900 to $2,000 an ounce. These have about an ounce of gold in them. In previous decades, a coin like this would have been 10, 15, 20 times its gold value. So 10, 15, 20 times the gold value today of $2,000 an ounce would place this at $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. I have these coins today. This is a small window of opportunity. It's a limited time offer. We have a small group of these 1895Ps, folks. We have fewer than 100 examples. Call in now, because once these are gone, that'll be it. We get a lot of people who record the presentation, and they'll call in a week later asking to buy one of these coins. And so often we are sold out, and we cannot replace them at the original price we have them at. While we have these, folks, call in now. They're not $3,900. They're not $3,495. $3,195 a coin for an 1895P MS62 condition, folks, among the finest surviving specimens from the great European bank hoard. My wish is for everyone who wants to own one of these really, really extraordinary early gold double eagles to have the opportunity to do so. We have a 2-payment option. All you have to do is put half down today of $1,597.50, and we'll pull one of these aside and put your name on it and put it in our vault and pay the balance in 30 days. And you'll own an 1895 Liberty Double Eagle, mint state 62, among the finest known. Here, when gold is $1,900 to $2,000 an ounce, you've got the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint pre-1900. So few survivors in mint state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, here are some double eagles we've shown on previous presentations on Rare Collectibles TV. And you can see most of these coins came out of the great European bank hoard. And because the St. Gaudens were struck after the Liberty Double Eagles, the St. Gaudens were struck from 1907 to 1933. And the bulk of the double eagles in the European bank hoard were of the St. Gaudens series because they were the most recently coined struck. And so you see the 1924P, over 300,000 examples certified, 44,000 in 6.2, but 50,000 in 6.5, because again, they were more recently struck, they were preserved in a higher condition than the earlier Liberty Double Eagles. Even the rarest piece at the bottom, the 1914S, about 26,000 in all grades, almost 5,000 in MS65. And that's one of the rare coins in the St. Gaudens series. And then, though, when you get to the Liberty Double Eagle series, by far the most common Liberty Double Eagle in mint state condition that was hoarded in the greatest number in those European bank vaults was the 1904P. When you find a Liberty Double Eagle in uncirculated condition, there's about a 35 or 40% chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And there's about 150 different dates and mint marks in the Liberty Double Eagle series, folks. So again, that gives you an idea of how much rarer all the other dates are once you get past the 04P. The second most common date is the 1900P. Much rarer than the 1904P. But then you go down to the bottom there, and you see the 1895P, which is much rarer than the 1900P. Again, when you get to pre-1900 Liberty Double Eagles, there were very few bags of those stored in those European bank vaults, folks. And you can see only 9,300 coins in MS62 condition, and only 7 have survived in 6.5. An MS65 would be in the tens of thousands of dollars. Now, the only comps I could find for Liberty Double Eagles in MS62 were that much more common 1904P. Here's an example in MS62 that sold in auction for almost $3,900. 1904P, most common date. Here's one, a dealer with 100% positive rating, $4,200 for an MS62. Here's another dealer with a 100% positive rating. $4,200 for an MS62. Here's another dealer with 100% positive feedback. $5,400 for an MS62. Again, this is the 1904P, by far the most common date. Folks, this is not the kind of coin you're going to find at your local coin shop or your local coin show. An 1895P in this extraordinary high-grade condition for only $31.95. This is why I host Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I sure hope you would like to own one of these coins because this is, again, a small window of opportunity. This is a very rare date. We bought this small hoard. These are among the finest specimens from the Great European Bank Hoard. We have fewer than 100 examples. Every coin collector or even non-collector, if you've never bought a rare coin in your entire life, a Liberty Double Eagle, especially a rare date pre-1900, in this extraordinary condition at this kind of price, folks, this is a coin I would hope you'd put away for yourself, your kids, your grandkids. If you've got more than one, get one for each of them. This is a coin you want to keep in your family for the long term. This is a piece of U.S. history. There are so few survivors. And again, pre-1900, you just don't find them in this kind of condition. And for $31.95, folks, what a great value and opportunity it is for all of you watching today. I sincerely hope you take advantage of this opportunity. This is a great, great piece of U.S. history. It's a great numismatic coin of the highest quality at a great, great buy it now price. Thank you for watching. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska. I'm a coin collector, just like you. I've been collecting coins for over 50 years. Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for. Morgan silver dollars, Buffalo nickels, Liberty and St. Gaudens double eagles, Franklin half dollars, Cameo proof coins, Peace dollars, Lincoln Wheaties, American silver eagles, Standing Liberty quarters, and much, much more. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. From day one, on my very first show, Rick's U.S. Coin Show, when we debuted in the summer of 2014, I have always stressed to buy the coin and not the holder, because all MS65s are not equal. All proof 67s are not equal. All proof 69s are not equal. Let me show you what I mean. The very top here, I've got two 1940 proof walking Liberty half dollars. Take a look at these. One is actually a proof 66, and one is actually a proof 67, a higher grade, and it has a CAC sticker. You take a look at these coins, and I actually paid more for the proof 66 1940 than I did for the proof 67 1940. Now, why did I pay more for the lower grade coin? Because the value of rare coins is not just in the numeric grade, the quality of the coin. It's also in the eye appeal of the coin for its respective issue. Eye appeal is so very, very important. Rare coins, after all, folks, are works of art. And we have to look at them that way. So when you look at these two 1940s, while the technical grade of this proof 67 may be very accurate, it may be proof 67 quality. I mean, the highest grade, 1940, is proof 68. There are no 69s. But you look at the surfaces of this proof coin. Look at the hazy toning. It was packaged for decades in a material that really toned the surfaces of the coin so that the original deeply mirrored surfaces are really no longer visible. Instead, you have this milky, opaque surface toning covering the coin, which really diminishes the eye appeal. On the other hand, here you have this 1940 lower grade, but it was so well preserved over the years, so well stored. You could see the original deep mirrored surfaces, beautiful black fields as you would expect on a proof coin. No spots, no haze, no unattractive toning. It's got all the eye appeal you would hope for on a 1940 proof. Really, as attractive and brilliant as the day it was struck back in 1940. This is the 1940 I would want you to own, my clients. These are the kinds of coins I value most highly when I put them in my inventory. These are the kind of coins I want to hold on to resell to my clients. On the second row, we've got some Mint State Franklin half dollars. Here is a beautiful, brilliant specimen, MS65 FBL. Has a little bit of gold toning, but basically very attractive, brilliant surfaces, just as it came off the die. Great luster, full strike, minimal bag marks, true MS65 FBL. Then we have in the middle an example that came from an original mint set with some of the typical toning you find in these coins from original mint sets. These coins were stored in cardboard holders as they came from the mint. The sulfur in the cardboard would tone the coins. Sometimes the toning would be really beautiful and colorful, but in most cases, it was really unattractive, like on this 1958D. You get this gray, russet toning covering the surface of the coin, really below average eye appeal. Even though the coin is an MS66 FBL, this is not the kind of coin I want to hold in my inventory. This is not the kind of coin I want to resell to one of my clients because of the lack of eye appeal. On the other hand, the toned coin next to it, look at this piece, also from a mint set. Now that last 58D I paid around $80 for in 6.6 FBL. And here's a 6.5 plus FBL, folks, that I paid over $2,000 for. A lower grade coin that I paid over $2,000 for. Why? Look at the eye appeal, look at the color toning. It's spectacular. Also from a mint set. But this one happened to be from a mint set where the toning was just off the charts. Superb. And then on the bottom row here, we've got some proof Franklins. Let me show you these two over here. Here's your typical 1954 proof Franklin as it came out of the original packaging. Notice the hazy toning around the periphery of the coin, that kind of muddy brown toning covering the periphery. Over here we have a similar 1954. Again, the packaging used back during this era, folks, was really inferior. And the coins would develop a lot of unattractive toning that really diminished the eye appeal of the coins. But now look at these two 1954s, same grade, in these new NGC We the People Franklin holders. This is the ultimate. Look at this coin. This is as brilliant and deep and beautiful as the day it was struck back in 1954. And these are the kind of coins you're going to see in this new holder that I'm going to be speaking about in just a few minutes. Here's another example over here. These are the kind of coins I want you to own. That not only are top grade, but top eye appeal, folks. Original, deeply mirrored, proof surfaces. Problem-free. I'm an active top buyer in the most exceptional proof and Mint State Franklin half dollars, Kennedy half dollars, proof Walking Liberty half dollars, proof Morgan dollars. I have the highest bids for the most spectacular specimens. However, they're sight-seen bids. In other words, if I put a bid on and someone ships me the coin and the eye appeal doesn't have the quality I'm looking for, the beauty that I'm looking for, if it doesn't meet my standards, I have the right to return the coin to the owner, and I have no obligation to purchase that coin. Why do I stress eye appeal so much? Well, it's really, really simple. When you think about it, again, rare coins are an art form. As a collector, I've always appreciated a rare coin with superior eye appeal and beauty when compared to a coin of the same grade, but without that beauty. So I have always focused on only acquiring the highest possible rare coins with the greatest possible beauty and eye appeal. So, when the time comes when you go to sell your coin to another collector or dealer, that coin that you acquired from me, the first impression that that future owner will have is the eye appeal and beauty of your collection. When you bring your collection out to share with friends or at your local coin show or coin club, the most beautiful examples that you've acquired from yours truly, when they see those coins, experienced collectors or novices alike, what they'll first notice and admire is the beauty of your collection. And then they may look at the grade on the label. My philosophy is really, really simple. Franklin and Kennedy half dollars have been an area of specialization for me for several decades now. I've devoted several books to these coins, and the result has been a booming market for the finest proof and mint state Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. Here's a 1951 proof 67 plus Franklin, a little over a year ago, sold for over $82,000. The previous record price for a proof Franklin was, I think, around $63,000. Here's a mint state Franklin, MS67 plus FBL. Says at the bottom there, price realized $110,000. That doesn't include the auction house premium that they charge. With the auction house fee, the actual price paid was $129,250. Why? Because not just only is it very, very high grade, but look at the eye appeal of the coin. Fabulous eye appeal. If it had that same grade, but had the eye appeal of, for example, that one 1958D I showed you with the unattractive toning, oh, it might have sold for $5,000 to $10,000. Eye appeal cannot be underestimated. So you're seeing these record prices in Franklin's, and for all the right reasons. The collector of today has the opportunity to acquire some truly beautiful, top quality, and conditionally extremely rare and desirable United States half dollars, Franklin half dollars, Franklin silver half dollars. The last half dollar series struck entirely in 90% silver. The largest denomination still struck by the mint today for commerce. I'm able to offer all this to you folks watching at the most collector-friendly price. I'm extremely protective of you folks, my clients. So I have spent the last 2 years working with NGC, developing the most stringent grading standard possible that emphasizes not just the technical grade on the holder, but also the eye appeal of your Franklin in the holder as well. Of course, coins of this highest caliber need a very special holder, something that will distinguish them from all the other coins out there. And the holder NGC and I developed, I'm referring to as the We the People Franklin holder. It's made from the highest quality medical grade plastics. They're sealed airtight. I would like you to take a look at the two sets I'm able to offer today, folks. In the highest grade NGC has ever given these dates, Proof 68 and Proof 69, with the greatest possible eye appeal in brilliant proof condition. Every year from 1955 to the last year of the series, 1963. Proof 68 Franklins with this kind of eye appeal are really, really rare. I'm going to show you the populations in 1 minute. You're going to be shocked. These sets, folks, are in very limited supply. I'm going to tell you the story about the rarity of these coins in a few minutes. I have a handful of these sets, a limited number of these sets in Proof 68. But I also have some of these sets in Proof 69. Proof 69 is the highest grade any Franklin has ever received from NGC. In fact, there is no half dollar struck from this era or earlier that has ever been graded Proof 69. If you're looking for the finest Proof Morgan dollar, it's a Proof 69. If you're looking for the finest Walking Liberty half dollar, it's a Proof 69. The finest Barber half dollar is a Proof 69. Now nowadays, over the last 25, 30 years, the Mint has been developing new technologies to improve the product of their proof coins. So nowadays when you buy a proof set, you can get a Proof 70 because of the advanced technology. Folks, these were struck in an earlier era when the technology was basically the same technology that they were using carried over from the 1800s. These coins were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint. Now, if you're new to collecting, very, very briefly, what's a proof coin versus a Mint State coin? I brought some Mint State coins with. Mint State coins are the kind of coins that were struck for commerce that we, used to, for spending money that we find in our pocket change. 1963, here was the Franklin half dollar struck for commerce. You can see it has silvery surfaces, it has numerous bag marks. Mint State coins didn't receive any kind of special treatment. They were struck once, dumped into bins, they went through coin counting machines, dumped into bags, shipped to banks throughout the country, so they would receive numerous bag marks along the way. So even though this coin is uncirculated, it has a lot of bag marks. Proof coins, on the other hand, were struck from very highly polished dies. They're meant to represent the state of the art, finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Because of the tremendous amount of labor that goes to making proof coins, they're struck in very limited numbers. Here's a chart that shows the production of Mint State Franklins versus Proof Franklins from 1955 to 1963. You can see they didn't strike very many Mint State Franklins in 1955, only about 2.5 million, but Proofs only 378,000. 1958, almost 29 million Mint State Franklins for commerce, but only 875,000 for proof. Now in 1961, collecting really took off. When you got into the late 50s, early 60s, our country was experiencing an economic boom. Really, we were just recovering from World War II. You have to think in terms of demographics of the time. Here we had all these GIs coming back after the war and raising young families, and not many people had the money to collect coins back in the early 50s. But by the late 50s, these families were becoming established. We had a growing middle class. There was a tremendous increase in home ownership. People were able to own their own car, own their own TV. And you saw a lot of people who were able to afford their passions, like coin collecting. So you saw a tremendous increase in the number of proof coins being issued by the U.S. Mint because of the demand. 3 million sets in those years. That was a record. Now, proof coins require a lot of labor. A proof coin, first of all, when they were made at the old Franklin Mint in Philadelphia. They would take the finest dies, polish them to a very high degree, take the coin blanks, give them a polishing treatment as well, and they would actually wash the blanks in a soap solution, and then they were supposed to rinse that soap solution off of the blanks and then place those blanks into the die and strike them not once but twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of that design. Then finally, unlike mint state coins where once they were struck they were dumped into bins where they were braided with other coins, proof coins were individually handled. They were not allowed to braid with other coins. They were put in their own cellophane packaging. They were meant to represent the state of the art. But again, this was the old Philadelphia Mint, folks. And the state of the art back in the 1950s and 1960s was not the state of the art as it is today. Most of your proof coins from that early era are flawed to one degree or another. And most of them are terribly flawed. To give you an idea of the difference in quality of the proof coins made today versus the proof coins made 50 and 60 years ago, take a look at these population charts here I have to put it all in perspective. Today, modern technology has truly taken over proof production. The machines really have taken over. It's no longer a craft like it was back in the 50s and 60s where you had craftsmen preparing the dies, striking the proof coins, handling the proof coins. Now it's all done by machine. And then the packaging today is state of the art. I mean, here's a 1991 set. You look at the proof coins in here, they're absolutely flawless to the eye. You look at that Kennedy $50. It is, looks like it's perfection. And anything you see is probably on the plastic. The coin itself, you know, it's flawless to the eye. And so you look at that population report there from NGC, and you see those 2019 S. Kennedys. All the coins, even though that was only came out relatively recently, NGC has yet to grade an example in proof 68. They've only graded 1,160 in 69. They've already graded over 20,000 in proof 70, the highest possible grade. In other words, the majority of 2019 Kennedys that have gone through their door have been flawless proof 70 quality. But then you go to the year 1964, which was the first year of the Kennedy $50 in proof. Well, you had two varieties back then. You had the accented hair Kennedy, which was the very first Kennedy struck. They only struck it for a couple weeks, folks. They struck about 100,000 examples. They had a lot of production problems with that coin. It was quickly replaced by the Type 2 Kennedy. And you could see there, the 1964 Type 2, 11,000 examples graded in proof 68. Only 4,500 in 6.9, and none in 70. The accented hair were struck in very small numbers, a lot of quality control problems, only 1,700 graded in 6.8 and only 294 in 6.9. But now you look at all those Franklins. You had some years which were a little easier to find in high grade 6.9 than others. Most notable being the 1956 and the 1957, where you had over 1,000 examples graded in 6.9. But look how small that number is compared to the 1964 Kennedy. So the 1964, proof 69, folks, Kennedy, a very rare coin, only around 4,500 examples certified. You'll see them going for $1,500 and more. There's one for $1,530 by a dealer with almost 100% positive feedback. There's another one, a dealer with 100% positive feedback for $1,600. There's one for $1,700, another dealer with 100% positive feedback. And then there's an accented hair, proof 69, the rarer of the two varieties. Dealer with 100% positive feedback for $3,000. The key date Kennedy in proof 69 condition. We go back to our chart. These earlier Franklins, this was an era where high-grade proof Franklins are so very, very rare. I've got one date in particular I'm going to show you just as an educational tool. I have some 1958s with me today. It's one of the tougher dates you can see there. It's not the rarest date, but it's a rare date. Only 3,100 examples graded in 6.8 condition and only 356 graded in 6.9. Why are these coins so rare? Even though they struck 875,000 examples, why are they so rare in high-grade condition? A couple years ago, I bought a group of sealed 1958 proof sets. There were about 100 of them. Sealed from the mint. They had never been opened. This does happen, folks. I once bought a deal of several boxes of 1957 proof sets, sealed in boxes of 50. Had never been opened from the U.S. Mint. And this was a group where there were almost 100 1958 sets with originally sealed. Well, I bought this deal. I paid a premium because they were original sealed sets, and most of the proof sets nowadays have been picked through. All the finest Franklins that used to be in these sets have been picked through. I mean, there's hardly any proof set from this era that hasn't been looked through at least 10 or 20 times by collectors and dealers. So when you get an opportunity to buy sealed, truly sealed sets, it's exciting. I thought, well, you know, there might be some proof 67s in there, or maybe even a few proof 68s. My experience has been that when I get a really nice group of 1958 sets that have never been picked through, some really cherry sets, out of 100 sets, I might get 2 or 3 examples at grade proof 68. A 6.9 is virtually impossible. So anyway, I bought these sets. And after opening the first 10 or 15, every one had the typical problem you see on 1958 halves, milk spots. And this was a problem not just on 1958 half dollars, but also 1958 quarters, 1958 dimes, all the silver issues. And all the silver issues from 1958 through 1964 had this very same problem. Now, over the past several years, I would open 2 or 3 of these sets at a time in other presentations to show the viewers exactly what these milk spots look like, you know, and the kind of problems we expect when we open these early sets. The milk spots were really a quality control problem back in this early era, folks. As I said earlier, back in the 50s and 60s, proof making was a lot more of a craft. Machines had not taken over, and you had some good craftsmen and some not so good craftsmen. And one of the procedures back then was to clean the blanks before they went into the die, to wash them in a soap solution. Unfortunately, the craftsmen during that era apparently weren't very conscientious. So they would wash the blanks, these silver blanks, in a soap residue, soap solution, but they wouldn't then wash all that soap solution off the blank before it went into the die. They would leave some of that soap solution on the blank. So when that blank went into the die, you had about 200 tons of pressure coming down on that blank. The soap residue was struck into the coin. And we refer to them as milk spots because they're white spots. And so I've got just a handful of unopened sets left from this original group of 100. Most of them, again, have been opened. But I like to open them, you know, in front of you folks, our viewers, to show you exactly, you know, firsthand the experience of opening one of these sets. And again, I'm betting that these sets will be spotted just as all the others, because this is a particularly bad batch of 1958 sets where the quality control was just really, really horrible. So I've just opened this set. This is the original set as it came from the mint, dated 1958. As you can see there, 1958 PC. Treasury Department, United States Mint, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I've cut it open. This set comes in this is the original cellophane packaging. You can see how they're in their individual compartments. And so far, the set looks really nice. That half dollar looks very deeply mirrored. Problem is, the cellophane is a little opaque-ish, so it can obscure a lot of minor imperfections. So what I'm going to do now is cut the coin out of the cellophane envelope. And then we'll take a look at what we find here. This is actually one of the nicer examples. However, now you can see when we zoom in, look at the spots around 8 o'clock in back of Franklin's head. those small milk spots. Look at all those small milk spots in front of his face, the small spots on top of his head there. You could count at least a dozen of those spots. Each of those spots, folks, lowers the grade of the coin. And this is one of the finer examples. I mean, they can get really bad. And there you can see a real prominent dark spot on the lower right quadrant of the Liberty Bell, on the yoke on the upper left. Beautiful mirrored surfaces, but these spots are struck into the coin. So now when you look at those population numbers, you can begin to understand and appreciate the rarity of the sets that I have for you today. I have a limited number of these exclusive We the People Franklin sets in proof 68 condition. I have even fewer sets in proof 69 condition. Proof 69 is the ultimate. To give you an idea of how superior the proof 69 set is, I looked at the #1 ranked Franklin set on the NGC set registry. The NGC set registry is a registry where any collector can take their collection, enter the serial number of the coins in their collection, and the computer will know exactly the grade of the coin, and it'll add up all the coins in the set, and it'll rank their set. The #1 ranked set on the NGC registry has every coin in proof 69 from 1955 to 1963, except for the 1960, which it has in proof 68 condition. So the #1 set, folks, on the NGC registry is missing the 1960 in proof 69. The set I have for you is superior to the set ranked #1 on the NGC registry, the proof 69 set. When you take a look at this set, NGC gives point values to the coins based on the quality and grade of the coin. And every coin in that proof 69 set that I have for you today, in that 6-9 column, that's the point value of each of those coins. The total is excluding the type 1 for now, because you don't need the type 1 in the NGC registry. But adding all those points up, you have 12,766. The #1 set on the registry has 11,750. The best part of this collection, I mean, it would be kind of nice to own a Rolls Royce, but you have to pay a Rolls Royce price. If you go to a major show, you'll find many dealers' cases with extremely rare coins. And when you ask the prices, you'll hear numbers like $10,000 for a coin, $20,000. Now, for me as a collector who loves owning the best from day one, that's what I talked about. That's what I had on my business card. This is my very first business card that I used back in the early 1980s, right at the upper corner there. Do you want the best? That's what I've always wanted to offer my clients, the best. Especially when you don't have to pay top dollar to get the best. My job is to offer you the highest possible quality rare coins at the lowest collector-friendly price possible. It's that simple. And it's taken me literally decades of work, writing books, acquiring many of the finest proof Franklins over the last 25, 30, 35 years, back when they were still available, and placing them with my clients, giving them first crack at my finest selections. The coins I have here, folks, these were originally placed with my clients back in the early and mid-1980s. There was no PCGS back then. There was no NGC. They opened their doors for business around 1986, 1987. What I was doing back then before that, from 1981 through 1986, I was taking the finest proof coins out there, the coins without spots, without hairlines, and I was placing them with clients. And there was a standard grade. There was no proof 65, proof 66, proof 67, proof 68. I was basically just selling coins that were flawless or as close to flawless as possible, all for the same price. So I charged them one flat price. And now here we are, some 35 years later. My clients submitted those coins for grading, and they came back proof 67, some in proof 68, and even a few in proof 69. My clients were thrilled, and they've passed their good fortune on to me, allowing me to acquire these coins, folks, for a small fraction of normal wholesale price, so that I'm able to pass those below wholesale prices on to you in some tremendous savings in these new Franklin We the People holders. You're getting the best of the best at the lowest price possible. If you look around and shop around and look at some of the prices, just generic high-grade proof Franklins are going for, folks. I showed you a few. I specialize in United States rare coins. I specialize in the kind of coins that I understand, that where I've done the research and I understand the rarity of the coins, where I'm able to write books that are informational, educational, that have great information for the collector of today and for the future. One of the things I've never done, folks, is offer bullion on my show. I don't speculate in bullion. I never understood bullion. Take a look at this chart here. I remember going back several years when silver was around $45, $47 an ounce. There were dealers on other shows just promoting silver bullion, telling collectors and viewers to back the truck up. Now's the time to buy. Well, now silver's around $17 an ounce. All those viewers who bought silver when it was $47 an ounce. Now, I happen to believe that someday silver will be back up to $47 an ounce, even well beyond $47 an ounce. However, when that day will come, I have no idea. I'm not about to predict when. Now, what I was selling back in 2011 were high-grade proof Franklins. And you could get a complete set back then from me at around $19,000, $20,000. Just a couple of years ago, that same set was around $40,000. Today, that set is almost $50,000. Why? Because of the very limited supply. And today, I've taken it a step higher, folks, with these new Franklin We the People holders, where you're getting the absolute finest examples. One thing I didn't mention, those population numbers you saw, those small, minuscule population numbers of a few hundred coins in proof 69 for those Franklin half dollars. These custom We the People Franklins will have their own populations in the NGC population reports. And those populations will be a small fraction of those totals. These are going to be very, very exclusive. But even the generic Franklins, when you look at some of the prices of them, the run-of-the-mill coins, here's a 1955, proof 67. Again, I have a proof 68 set here, folks. Here you have a 6.7, top-rated seller, basically $1,000 just for that one coin in proof 67. Here's a 56 in proof 68, over $1,100. So right there, you're at $2,100. There's a 57, $1,700 for a proof 68. You're already almost at $4,000. And there's a 60 in proof 68. You're well over $5,000. I've got this entire set. These came from some early collections, folks, back when you could find flawless proof Franklins in original sets that hadn't been picked through. I got these coins at a great price from my clients from many, many decades ago, and I'm passing the savings on to you. I've got this entire set, folks, for only $1,595. $1,595. That's the 1955, the 56 Type 2, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, and 63, all for only $1,595. It's available on the two-payment option. $797.50 down today, the balance in 30 days. And you will get a free library edition hardcover of my latest Franklin and Kennedy book, published by Whitman, folks. I'm working on the encyclopedia version of that book. It'll be out in a couple of years. But with one of these sets, you will get a hand-signed limited edition. But I have one more big bonus coin for you with this set, a coin I haven't talked about. What I have with this deal, and this is a great part of the whole story, because when I placed these coins, when I sold these coins to my clients back in the early 1980s, I was selling them 1956 Franklins, and we recognized that there were two different varieties of the 1956. There was what we called the Type 1 and the Type 2. And I actually wrote about it. It was first really publicized in my first book, which came out in early 1992, where I had pictures of the Type 1 and Type 2 Franklin. And here in my first book on page 38, I had pictures of the Type 1 and the Type 2 reverse. Well, when I place these coins with my clients, I basically charge them the same price. I think I charge them $2 extra for a Type 1, okay? And so my clients had some Type 1s in this deal. Now, the Type 1 Franklin struck in very small numbers. Here's the population estimate. It was only struck for maybe a month in 1956 before they changed the reverse. Estimated only 25,000 1956 Type 1 Franklins struck. The Type 1 Franklin uses the reverse of the 1950 to 1955 proof Franklins. Early in 1956, they redesigned the reverse, primarily the design of the eagle on the reverse. And from that point on, every Franklin struck used the Type 2 design. It's a major variety. It's one of the most important varieties in the entire Franklin series because it's a variety you can easily see with your naked eye. You take a look at the Type 1 reverse, and you notice the neck feathers on the eagle. There are no neck feathers. And you really can't see any wing feathers. Versus the Type 2 reverse, you notice the articulated neck feathers, the feathers in the leg, and the wing feathers are all articulated. And when you count the number of feathers in the right wing there at the bottom, there's only those 3 prominent wing feathers in the right wing. Where you look at the Type 1, you can easily count 5 wing feathers. So it's a very obvious design change from the Type 1 to the Type 2. You look at the population numbers, how rare this Type 1 is, folks. The coin is even rarer than the accidented hair Kennedy. Only 1,021 examples in proof 68, 220 in proof 69. And here's the bonus part. I got a great price on these Type 1s from these clients. So if you want the set with the Type 1 included, as you see here, the 10 coin set, normally this would be a $1,300 to $1,500 coin. I've got this coin included for only an additional $700. The total set with the Type 1 for only $2,295 for the entire 10 coin set. Again, available on the 2 payment option. We got a lot of people calling in on this set with the Type 1. I have a limited number of these sets with the Type 1, folks. I mean, again, extremely rare in any condition. Only an estimated 25,000 total mintage. Any Type 1, folks, any Type 1, no matter the condition, will one day be a $1,000 to $2,000 coin because it's extremely rare in any condition. And it's part of this set in proof 68. Every coin, proof 68. The finest proof 68s in the new Franklin We the People holder for only $2,295. Call in now. Now, the 6-9 sets. Wow. The 6-9 sets are just a dream come true for me. Here's just a few proof 69 comps from, again, top-rated dealers, collectors that we've been able to find. There's one with a dealer almost 100% positive feedback, $1,800 for a 1955 proof 69. There's a proof 67 and 6-9 for $1,500. Just for those 2 coins, you're at $3,300. There's a 1959 for $1,800. You're at $5,100. A 1960 proof 69, $3,800. We're at $8,900 just for those 4 coins, folks. Now again, let's take a quick look at the population totals for those Franklins in proof 69. You can see the rarest dates there, the key dates. Well, you've got the 58, the 59, 60, 61, and 62, all extremely rare, with populations between 278 coins and 356 coins. But then the rarest of all is that 56 Type 1, only 220 coins. Far rarer than the Accented Hair, which sells for $3,000. If you decide to add the Type 1 Franklin in the set, that again is the key date, the rarest date. Total estimated mintage. Total mintage, perhaps around 25,000 coins originally struck. Most have not survived in any kind of decent condition. There are only 1,021 examples that have been certified in proof 68 and only 220 in proof 69. That's it. It is the King Kong of this set. The best news, though, is that, again, this was part of that collection. When I placed these coins with my clients back in the early 1980s, before my first book came out, they paid a tiny premium for the Type 1s I was selling them for. Okay, we got the coins back. We got some great grades. The coins are extremely valuable. They gave me some great, great prices on the coins, the Type 1s I was able to acquire from them, as just a token of their gratitude, really. Now you look at those pops. When you see some of these listed, for example, here's one on eBay, a coin that's not even gradable, for $1,995. It's genuine. Now when and this is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Okay, this is a well-respected dealer. Now, when they say that it's genuine, it's a coin that's not gradable. I have a few examples of some coins that are in holders that are not gradable because they have various issues. For example, here's a 1950 proof details. It has a reverse planchet flaw, so they don't even grade it. It's not gradable. Here's another one, reverse improperly cleaned. Now you look at it, it's really difficult to tell where it's improperly cleaned. You need a magnifying glass, a strong telescope to discover where it was improperly cleaned. And yet it's not gradable, okay? Here's another coin. Beautiful coin, beautiful toning, but it's not genuine toning. It's artificial toning. It's not gradable. So there you got this 56 Type 1. Even though it's a flawed coin that's not gradable, it's still a couple $1,000s. But then you get the real deal. Here's one in proof 69. It's a $5,000 coin, top-rated seller. And here's the beautiful part, folks. The set in proof 69, instead of paying $3,000 or $4,000 additional, at $3,000 additional, that would be a great price. I've got the set with the Type 1 in proof 69 for an additional, hold on, call in now. Again, the 6/9 sets I have in really limited quantities. I have fewer than 10 sets. It's an additional $1,200 if you include the Type 1 in proof 69, folks. That's it. $1,200. It goes from a $6,795 set to only $79.95 with the Type 1 in proof 69 condition. Now I've got this entire set. If you don't want to swing it with the Type 1, the complete set without the Type 1, folks, is $6,795 for the 9-coin set. $6,795. That's about $750 a coin for the 9-coin set. Again, this is in the custom, state-of-the-art, We the People holder, the new holder that NGC and I have developed. The Numismatic Guarantee Corporation is, along with PCGS, the leading independent third-party grading service in the country, folks. I've been working with NGC for the past several years creating this new holder, a momentous new holder that offers special recognition to those Franklin half dollars that epitomize those most extraordinary specimens that offer the collector the greatest possible eye appeal and quality for their grade. In short, these Franklin half dollars, in their opinion and in my opinion, represent the absolute best of the best. And again, these coins will have their own population totals in the NGC population reports. As great as that price is, $6,795, I have a handful of 1956 Type 1s that came back in proof 69, folks. This is normally a $3,000 to $4,000 coin all by itself. But again, these were placed with clients back in the early 1980s. I got an amazing deal on the entire collection. And I'm able to offer this set with the Type 1 for only an additional $1,200. You can own the entire set with the Type 1, every coin in proof 69 for $7,995. That's $799 a coin, folks. With all of those rarities in the state-of-the-art We the People Franklin holders. It's available on the two-payment option. The two-payment option put half down today, $3,997.50 in the balance in 30 days. I have a limited number of these sets. Again, these were from collections I helped put together back in the early 1980s when I could find extraordinary Franklins in original sets. Today we're at a point in time when virtually all the original sets have been picked through. The remaining original sets have coins like I showed you earlier in the presentation, spotted, hairlined, very badly damaged. These coins, again, you take a look at every one of these pieces. They are as pristine, haze-free, brilliant, and spot-free as the day they were struck. These state-of-the-art Franklin We the People holders that NGC and I have developed just for you, guaranteeing you the greatest possible eye appeal and quality for the grade, folks. This is the best I can do. I hope you can take advantage of it. Either set is a grand slam opportunity for the collector of today. Again, this complete set with the Type 1 is only $2,295. The set in proof 69, if you don't want to get it with the Type 1, is only $6,795. But the bonus coin, that ultra rare Type 1, is only an additional $1,200, $7,995. Courtesy of the clients I placed these coins with many, many decades ago. We had the coins graded. The clients were thrilled with the grades. They gave me some great deals on the coins. I'm passing those great deals on to you today. Limited quantities of both sets in proof 68, proof 69. Don't forget, I'm throwing in one of my remaining copies of this latest edition of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar book. And again, a reminder, I'm working with Whitman on an encyclopedia version of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar series. It's going to be this kind of size. We had a couple of mock-ups of some possible covers. This is not what you're going to see, but, we were just playing around. We thought, what should we have on the cover of the book? So we're already experimenting with that. The book is well underway. It's going to be a huge, huge book, but it's necessary. The popularity of the Franklin and Kennedy series is just growing by leaps and bounds with every passing month. This is a set for the collector of today with so much future potential. And here we have these ultimate Franklin sets. First ever offered here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, exclusive to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm the only one working with NGC on these state-of-the-art We the People Franklin holders, folks. Again, will have their own populations in the NGC population reports. The numbers are going to be minuscule because very, very few Franklins will meet the standards of the We the People holder. Thank you for watching.
Coming up next, you will see an actual original mint-sealed bag of 1964 Kennedy half dollars opened for the first time ever. This bag of 1964 Mint State Kennedys has been sealed for 56 years and has been authenticated and designated by the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation as first day of issue. This is truly a numismatic historical event that has never previously occurred. Stay tuned to learn more.
Welcome, collectors. This next presentation is the most important coin that I have ever had the privilege to offer. This is amazing, historic. This is one of those instances where history and numismatics converge to exemplify one of the greatest issues the U.S. Mint has ever struck. The coin that I'm talking about is the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. I became a coin collector because of the Kennedy half dollar. The very first coin, I mean, the Kennedy half dollar has such a place near and dear in my heart because it was the first coin that I ever collected. I was given a Kennedy half dollar in 1964. I was about 7 years old. And it started me on a lifetime pursuit of coin collecting, so it means a lot to me. And the Kennedy half dollar that we have today is historic. In fact, it's probably the most historic half dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. That's a bold statement because the U.S. Mint has been striking a half dollar since 1794. And the Kennedy half dollar has a place in history unlike any other coin. Now, needless to say, the assassination of President Kennedy on November 22nd of 1963 set the wheels in motion for the production of a memorial to the fallen president. And John F. Kennedy was beloved by the entire country for various reasons that I'll get into in a little while, but I want to give you a bit of a backdrop, a bit of history of the significance of the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. As I said, in November of 1963, November 22nd, I was in elementary school at the time. I was in the first grade. I remember it like it was just yesterday. It's one of the memories of my childhood that I have never forgotten. It stuck with me to this day. I was at elementary school, and I happened to be outside of the classroom. And I believe I was going for a drink. I remember the drinking fountain right there, and I saw one of the teachers in the yard, moving rather hurriedly to get back into the building, and she was crying. And I looked at her, and she said to me in tears, "The president has been assassinated." I was a little kid, but it struck me as something very, very serious. And they let us out of school. And I can vividly remember coming home and seeing my mother in front of our TV set weeping, crying uncontrollably. And I remember Walter Cronkite on the TV, and back then we had a black and white TV. And I remember the seriousness of the situation. I remember Walter Cronkite telling the nation that President Kennedy had been assassinated.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
It was one of the tragic events of the TV era. It was one of the first times that you ever saw an event almost unfold as it was happening. And the Mint hurriedly decided that they were going to issue a coin to honor the fallen president. And that's exactly what happened. Now, I want you to take a look, because what we have here, folks, is an amazing historic opportunity to own a Kennedy half dollar, a 1964 Kennedy half dollar. Now, one of the most significant parts of this presentation is the label on that coin. 1964, first day of issue, brilliant uncirculated, from what is known as the Discovery bag. And as unbelievable as this seems, this is historic, and I want you to pay really close attention because the history and the trail, the pedigree of this coin is absolutely amazing. So Kennedy was so beloved in our country because, if you recall, when he was inaugurated in 1961, Kennedy stood before the world and uttered those famous words, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." And that was one of the greatest speeches ever given. So he was known for that. He was also known for standing up to communism. And I think he was known greatly by almost everybody as the president who pushed this nation to land a man on the moon, which in fact we did just 6 short years after he was assassinated. It was a monumental event. And the Kennedy half dollar is beloved by coin collectors everywhere. Now, the greatest part about this bag, because this is a mint-sewn original bag that all of these coins came from. There are only 2,000 of these coins that exist. That is all. And before me, I have some of the greatest historic material that all pertains to the Kennedy half dollar. Now, let me just get right to it. For all the world, March 24th of 1964 was the official launch date by the United States Treasury of the Kennedy half dollar. That was the day, in a ceremony, the Mint director, Eva Adams, began the production. Now, this has such a connection because I will tell you right off the bat, I have been chasing this bag of Kennedy half dollars for nearly a couple of decades. I had heard about it. I was totally flabbergasted when I heard that Rare Collectibles TV purchased an original mint-sewn bag of Kennedy half dollars. Now, I want to show you something that I found that pertains to the very first Kennedy half dollars, or what was originally thought to be the very first Kennedy half dollars. So I found this letter that was written to one of the trade publications, and the question was asked, wasn't there a 1964 Kennedy half dollar that sold for $18,000? And here was the reply. Yes, it was a remarkable sum for just 5 years old. This happened in 1969. The coin was glued to the outside of an envelope, postmarked March 24th, 1964. First day of issue. It sold for $18,000 at an auction. A gentleman by the name of John Marquardt bought this coin. And after the sale, he remarked that he would have gone as high as $30,000 to get one of these Kennedy half dollars from the first day of issue. And he paid $18,000 in 1969. This is an unbelievable story. This is what movies are written. I mean, you could write a movie about this. So when I heard that Rare Collectibles TV had purchased what could be a first day of issue bag of 2,000 Kennedy half dollars. You know what I said? I said, oh, I don't think so. Because I know the owner of that bag, and I've been trying to buy it for 15 years. And I called my buddy up and I asked him, do you still own that Kennedy half dollar bag? He said, no. I almost fell over because, in fact, we owned it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I remember about 15 years ago when I had heard about this bag. I heard that there was a newspaper that had a headline and a picture. And the headline was all about the very first Kennedy half dollars, which were issued by the U.S. Mint on March 24th. And how this gentleman had ended up with these very, very special coins. So when this bag came into play, and I saw the original bag and the notation of its date as being even earlier than March 24th. In fact, this was March 19th of 1964. I almost fell right over. And this had been the dream come true in Kennedy half dollars. Right in front of me here, I have something that I found on the archive of the United States Mint. And what it is a letter that was written by two people, Gilroy Roberts, who was the designer of the obverse of the Kennedy half dollar, and Frank Gasparo, two Mint employees. Frank Gasparo designed the reverse. And I have a letter from each of them that talks about the production of this coin, and I'm going to show you the highlights. It says in here that a mere 5 days after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, on November 27th, the Treasury reached out to the Mint to alert them that a new Kennedy half dollar would be issued and to get to work on the designs. This is November 27th of 1963. The mourning period for the president was still going on. It was known as 4 dark days in history, when the whole world stopped and we watched the unforgettable images of John F. Kennedy's funeral and of John saluting, and the historic images that are emblazoned in all our minds. So we sent the bag to NGC for verification. And the chairman of NGC, Mark Salzberg, and the president, Rick Montgomery, got really excited that they had the opportunity to open up for the world to see, because this was one of the first time ever that the opening of this bag video was made of.
So we're here today opening what is thought to be an original bag of 1964 Kennedy half dollars. I've never seen an original unopened bag of Kennedy, so we're hoping that what we have contained in here is truly an unopened bag. So it came in this container, which I'm going to attempt to open here. And we have a canvas bag, and within this canvas bag we have a really interesting tag. Kennedy has March 19th, 1964. So this would be upon release, and it's sealed. Looks like it's a mint-sealed bag from probably a bank. And the tag also reads Pasadena, California, Heller and Company. first JFK bag. So interesting that we're getting this right now, because JFKs have become increasingly popular due to Rick Tamaska's book on Kennedy's, and he's had a great influence on Franklin's as well. So I think we'll go ahead and open this and see what we have in here. It's very exciting. We should have a drum roll. Okay, we got one shot at this. We should take a look at the seal and the fact that it is, we have this Kennedy halves 1964, March 19th. Looks very official, and it looks authentic to me. So let's go ahead and open this. Okay, so we have that removed. The moment of truth. I wonder if this is sealed. Ah, it is sealed. So now we have to cut through this. That even more authenticates it, because this is how mid-sealed bags came from in the 60s. So now we'll have to cut through this. I'm going to try to preserve this bag. Okay, so we can reach in here now. And here we go. And they are, in fact, 1964 Kennedys. And they are uncirculated. Some of them look really nice. Even from original bags, you have some coins that are marked up and a variety of quality. And there you have it.
Now, we were all shocked when the canister was opened up, the bag was taken out, and the date on the bag was March 19th of 1964. So undoubtedly, this was the first day of issue Kennedy half dollar. We have these coins. Now, there are only 2,000 of these coins. There will never be any more. A bag contains 2,000 half dollars. We have certified by NGC as first day of issue, known as the Discovery Bag, 1964 Kennedy half dollars. And we are offering these first day of issue Kennedy half dollars for only, and I say only, $395. Think of somebody in 1969 purchasing one of these coins that's glued to an envelope with a postal stamp on it from March 24th of 1964. Think of somebody paying $18,000 for that coin. And then think of these, actually issued a few days before. These are priceless. So we're offering each one of these for only $395. This is more than a piece of history. This is rarely ever happening in today's world. To be able to connect to that original time and get what could be the earliest, recognized right here. Brilliant uncirculated from the Discovery Bag. So it was the First Lady, Jackie Kennedy, who actually approved the original designs of the Kennedy half dollar. But more than that, she selected the size that forever the portrait of Kennedy and the presidential seal on the reverse, forever it would be immortalized. And the coin that she selected was the half dollar. There was talk at the time of the Washington quarter or the Lincoln penny, but every one of the other coins but the Franklin half dollar had a president. Now, since Franklin wasn't one of our presidents, even though he was one of our most beloved forefathers, Jackie Kennedy pointed out, he's still going to remain on the $100 bill, but let's not remove a president off one of the coins. Let's remove Ben Franklin and place John F. Kennedy on the half dollar. And this was a big deal because the Franklin half dollar hadn't run its course where you could change the design without an act of Congress, and that's exactly what happened. So let me read to you from the letter of Frank Gasparo. And here's what Frank says. And this was written on April the 29th of 1964. And what these are the recollections of Gilroy Roberts in the letter and Frank Gasparo. Shortly after President Kennedy's death, plans were being made to create a lasting and significant memorial to his memory. After careful consideration and various suggestions made throughout the nation, the final decision was made by Congress to make a coin with the late president's portrait on the obverse and an appropriate design on the reverse. And the Mint received word from the Bureau, the Treasury, that President Kennedy's portrait on the U.S. Mint Presidential Inaugural Medal would be used. Now, Gilroy Roberts had already done the Presidential Medal, so the design was already created. And the Presidential Seal would be incorporated, as it had been personally selected by the late president to be used for the reverse of his inaugural medal. And time was very limited, but on November 28th of 1963, Frank Gasparo and Gilroy Roberts received official word from Miss Eva Adams, the director of the Mint, to prepare the models for the Kennedy half dollar. Now, interestingly enough, in March of 1964, March 24th, 70,000 people lined up outside the Treasury offices in Washington, D.C. And they were there to receive the Kennedy half dollars on the first day that they were being issued. And there was a limit of 40 coins per person, 70,000 people. All the coins were gone before the end of the day, and the Mint had to stop because there were no coins left. But yet, there were still thousands of people in line. Original plans for the Kennedy half dollar were 91 million coins. 91 million coins. The largest single issue for a half dollar ever. But that simply was not enough. Not too long after, that initial figure of 91 million coins was adjusted up to 141 million coins. And still, you couldn't find a Kennedy half dollar because they were put away as a memento, a keepsake, if you will, of the memory of John F. Kennedy. A president that the entire nation was grieving, no matter what your political affiliation. So when you look here, Gilroy Roberts is giving his recollections of the designing of the Kennedy half dollar. And this is also on the 29th day of April of 1964, where he says that shortly after the tragedy of President Kennedy's death, November 22nd, 1963, Miss Eva Adams, the director of the Mint, telephoned me here at the Philadelphia Mint and explained that serious consideration was being given to replacing President Kennedy's portrait on a new U.S. coin. And obviously that became the Kennedy half dollar. Now, eventually, the demand for this coin was so great that the Mint continued striking this coin into the next year, 1965, with a 1964 date. Ultimately, over 453 million Kennedy half dollars bearing the date of 1964 were issued. And you still could barely find a coin anywhere because as soon as they would hit the banks they would be put aside by everybody, not just collectors, but everybody. Now, you saw the bag being opened up at NGC by Mark Salzberg. And you could see that the bag is dated clearly March 19th of 1964. And so it definitely deserves the labeling as first day of issue, Discovery Bag. Did you also notice that the bag was mint sewn? It had never been opened up until that moment. And inside that bag were 2,000 Kennedy half dollars that could be attributed to the very first day of issue. Now, we're offering these coins in brilliant uncirculated condition because they're from a mint state bag, a bag that had never been opened up until we had sent this bag to NGC for verification to confirm that it was in fact what it was purported to be. And it was. For $395, these are the only Kennedy half dollars of their kind. There are only 2,000 of these coins. That's the total population. The most significant half dollar could very well be the Kennedy half dollar because of its, well, it's known by every collector. It's collected. I'm certain, am not the only coin collector as a 7-year-old who started collecting coins with the Kennedy half dollar. Because as it happened to be, 1964 was the issuing Kennedy half dollar. And to be a collector at that time, you didn't know you were a collector, but you became one with holding that Kennedy half dollar in your hand and remembering the events of that day, seared into your memory, even though you were such a little kid. So 91 million coins were planned. It didn't work out that way. The coin was so sought after that 91 million went to 141 million, and that went to 453 million. But of those hundreds of millions of coins, ladies and gentlemen, these right here are first day of issue, March 19th of 1964. These could very well be the earliest known, because up until these, the earliest known were March 24th of 1964. So that is a great historical fact, but it's also a rarity that will never be equal. These 2,000 coins from this mint sealed bag, once they are gone, there will never be another. These will live on. The labeling alone is first day of issue from a Discovery bag. Literally at NGC, opening up the bucket, the tin bucket that contained the bag, and cutting the seal, and showing these coins, 2,000 first day of issue Kennedy half dollars, one of the most collected coins in all the world. Think about the millions and millions of Kennedy half dollar collectors and some of the most special coins that have ever been issued. This coin is undoubtedly the centerpiece of any Kennedy half dollar collection because it goes right back to the very beginning. And these letters, which you will get a great opportunity to read in their entirety, talks about the approval process by Mrs. Kennedy, her selecting the half dollar in favor of all the other coins because she dared not remove a president, thinking about the president's place in history to occupy his place next to the other presidents. And that portrait of Kennedy and that reverse of the great presidential seal have gone down in history. That design has never changed. And today, the Kennedy half dollar is one of the most collected coins in all the world. And that's why I say the opportunity for only $395 to own a first day of issue Kennedy half dollar. And ironically enough, when I first heard about this bag, as I had mentioned, I knew a thing or two about it, because I will tell you, I had been chasing this bag for 15 years. You know, when I was younger, I used to go to coin shows. I traveled all around the country and I'd go to every major coin show. And it was there that I learned really about the fraternity of coin collecting, whether you're a collector or a dealer, and how at the end of the day we would sit around and we would talk about war stories about coins. And I once owned one of these, and great coins that we had possessed. And talk came around at that time about the existence of one of the earliest known bags, mint sealed, of Kennedy half dollar. And one guy would say, oh, I know somebody who owns the very earliest Kennedy half dollar bag. And yeah, we'd all be like, sure you do. You know, everybody, you know, I got the first of this and the first of that. This is first day of issue. So for me, to remember that day in 1963, and I remember the 4 dark days in history, the mourning period, the funeral, the dignitaries coming from all over the world, and back then, everything was in black and white. And the somberness of the occasion was driven home by those black and white, depressing images. So it really stuck. That's how I became a coin collector, by receiving one of those Kennedy half dollars in 1964. But little would I ever dream that later on in life I would be able to be in the presence of first day of issue Kennedy half dollars. And I know collectors out there, all of us, who at the time when this happened, we were all little kids. To be able to go back in time now and own one of the first ones, first day of issue, is a huge deal. If you don't get one now, of the 2000, I don't know you'll ever get one, because I cannot think of a single Kennedy half dollar collector who would let one of these coins go after they own one. I mean, we talk about some of the greatest Kennedy half dollars. There was even a gold version for the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy half dollar made by the U.S. Mint, a solid gold version. But to own one of 2,000 first day of issues from a bag dated March 19th of 1964 is historic. Numismatic history. Let me just say, in closing, this is a rare opportunity. There are only 2,000 of these coins. That's all there will be. When they are dispersed to collectors, and we're making history with this bag. I mean, this is recorded history. Oh, and by the way, a coin from this bag is going to the Smithsonian. So you will own a coin from the same bag by which the Smithsonian will have a coin on display as one of the earliest Kennedy half dollars ever released. So the trail of it, the pedigree of it, it's all there. The value, it's priceless. When I think that in 1969, one of these coins sold for $18,000 at $395, this is the ultimate historic release of a Kennedy half dollar. I have to go. Please, please don't miss out on this opportunity. It is once in a lifetime. Stay tuned. There's a lot of great coins coming up. Don't forget this Kennedy half dollar. Thank you.
Midweek numismatic pick-me-up? Then join me, Jack McNamara, for Coin Snacks with Jack. live every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 12 noon Pacific Time at Rare Collectibles TV on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. Put down that tired bologna sandwich and spice up your lunch as I chat with some of the biggest names in numismatics and eat delicious snacks. From coin news and U.S. Mint releases to rare coins and numismatic oddities, Coin Snacks with Jack is sure to satisfy your numismatic sweet tooth. Plus, we'll eat snacks, lots of them. Tune in to Rare Collectibles TV's newest show, Coin Snacks with Jack. We'll be streaming live around lunchtime on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook every Wednesday starting on January 6th.
Watch Coin Snacks with Jack at Rare Collectibles TV.
Today, I've got an exciting presentation about what, in my opinion, is one of the greatest gold commemorative coins struck in U.S. history. This stunning coin, known as the 1926 American Sesquicentennial Quarter Eagle, commemorates our glorious country, the United States of America's 150th anniversary. That's right, 150 years after our forefathers signed the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Mint struck this limited production gold commemorative quarter eagle, and it is truly a remarkable piece of United States history. Now, one of the things that gets me really excited about this coin is its current valuation. Now, there are many exceptional coins that have gone through periods where their prices have gotten a bit too frothy. And we always avoid those coins no matter how much we love them until the price is right. One example would be the 2014 gold Kennedy half dollar. When these coins were first released, they were regularly selling in the $4,000 or $5,000 range. The very first example released by the Mint was sold to a collector for a whopping $100,000. Now, I love the 2014 W Gold Kennedy half dollar. It is a tremendous coin. But no matter how spectacular, we just were not comfortable selling it for $4,000 or $5,000, and certainly not for $100,000. We waited for the market to settle so we could offer that great coin at a great price. And we currently sell the 2014 W Gold Kennedy half dollar for about $2,500 in a perfect Proof 70 grade. Another example is the 2019 S Enhanced Reverse Proof American Silver Eagle. This is a really special coin. It is the lowest mintage key date coin from the most popular series in all numismatics. But again, it's a coin that we decided to be a little bit patient with. You know, when other dealers were selling these coins for over $5,000, we were just sitting on the sidelines. You know, there was even an article in Coin World magazine about a group of dealers who paid over $14,000 for an example. Here's the article right here from Coin World. You can see dealers pay $14,001 for an enhanced reverse proof American Eagle. So again, we opted to wait out the hoopla until we could get this coin and offer it at a price that we were comfortable with. Now, the coin I have here today is a classic example of the coin market getting overheated with demand for a great numismatic treasure. In the case of the 1926 gold sesquicentennial that we have here today, it took over 80 years for that demand to reach a fever pitch. With the advent of third-party grading by PCGS and NGC, it seemed that every collector in existence just needed to have a gem example of the 1926 sesquicentennial gold commemorative for their collection. And by 1989, dealers were actively offering to buy any MS65 example, like the ones we have here, for well over $20,000 a coin to feed that collector demand. MS-67 coins were bid up to $100,000. Now, I love the classic gold commemorative series from the early 20th century, and especially the sesquicentennial. I mean, these are low mintage coins that are stunningly beautiful with so much patriotic symbolism and history, but the 1989 price levels were just too steep. But something interesting has happened over the last 30 years. With all of the excitement over Silver Eagles and other new releases from the mint, it seems that some of the most spectacular coins from 100 years ago have been all but forgotten by today's collectors. And to me, that is the best time to buy. Now, before I tell you just how incredibly affordable these coins have become, let me just tell you a little bit more about these exquisite rarities. Designed by 8th Chief Engraver John R. Sinek, this coin is just absolutely stunning. The obverse showcases a full-body rendition of Lady Liberty, which is something you rarely see on a piece of American coinage. Usually you see kind of a bust of Lady Liberty. And Lady Liberty stands tall and proud upon a globe and holds a scroll representing, of course, the Declaration of Independence. Surrounding her are the dates 1776 to commemorate the year that the Declaration of Independence was signed, and 1926 to celebrate the 150th year of American independence. The reverse of this coin, too, I think this is really interesting, with that image of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where the Declaration of Independence was, of course, signed back in 1776. Very similar to the image of Independence Hall that we see 50 years after this on the 1976 bicentennial Kennedy half dollar. Originally, 200,000 of these gold coins were created, and that in and of itself is an incredibly low mintage for any US coin. But listen to this. Very shortly after these coins were struck by the US Mint, the Mint actually melted a large majority of the coins. And when I say a large majority, I'm talking about over 150,000 coins. I mean, that's a lot of coins to be melted. Over 3/4 of the mintage was melted. In the end, what was left was a mintage of only 46,019 coins. When we talk about absolute rarity, this is it. Just 46,019 coins were left over once the US Mint melted these down. Most of the 1926 sesquicentennial quarter eagles are graded anywhere between about uncirculated 55 and mint state 64. But in gem mint state 65 condition, these are simply just difficult to come by. These are just so hard to come across. And guess what? We've been able to acquire a kind of mini hoard of these stunning coins. These 1926 sesquicentennial quarter eagles in mint state 65 condition, and they are available today. And like I said, the pricing on these is nowhere near the highs from 1989, and they are finally at a level that is extremely attractive when you compare the history and the rarity and the beauty. This coin has all of it, and now it also has a price that more than makes sense. Let me show you some comparisons of some other kind of low mintage coins, key date coins, coins with kind of similar absolute rarity, similar low mintages, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about here. Here's a chart we put together here, some other famous coins that you're probably familiar with. We've got the 1893 S Morgan dollar, key date Morgan dollar. tough date. In mint state, close to right around $200,000. 1916 D Mercury dime, famous key date, key to the Mercury dime series, mintage of 264,000, obviously much higher than our sesquicentennial here. 11D quarter eagle, the key Indian head quarter eagle to the series. Again, these are all, if you're collecting any of these series, you know these are always the hardest coin to find. The 1995 American Silver Eagle, another classic key date. Every Silver Eagle and collector there is needs this coin, is looking for this coin. The 95W is a coin that at one point there was an example in Proof 70 that sold for over $100,000. 2008 reverse of 2007 American Silver Eagle, rare variety. If you collect mint state Silver Eagles, you're probably familiar with this variety. It is a tough coin and a very, very low mintage, almost identical to our sesquicentennial. So you see on this group here, the 95W Silver Eagle is the only one with a lower mintage than the sesquicentennial, although I would argue they're in the same ballpark. You know, less than 50,000, more than 30,000. But let me show you what these coins bring to give you an idea of the value of our sesquicentennial in comparison to some similar coins. So that 1893S Morgan dollar we talked about, mintage of 100,000. Even in low grade, these bring big money. Here's one that's very fine 30 details. Altered surfaces means this coin had been, you know, I don't know, buffed or re-engraved or some kind of damage to the surfaces. This coin also obviously not even mint state. You know, mint state begins at a 60 grade. This coin is a VF30, just under $5,000 for that coin. There's another one, even lower grade, VG8 grade. Again, details this coin had been cleaned at one point. Still a $3,500 coin. Coin with a mintage of 100,000 in a damaged low grade, it's still a $3,000 to $4,000 coin kind of to start. The next coin we have here is that 16D Mercury dime. Mintage of 264,000. More than 5 times as many of these coins were produced as the sesquicentennial. Much rarer by a factor of 5. Here we show, again, genuine, cleaned VF detail. So, you know, a coin that's maybe a very fine 25 grade, but they won't even give it a numeric grade because it's damaged. $3,300 for that coin. Here's another one. Similar condition, similar quality, damaged coin, not really something that's in high demand among collectors. Still, because it's that key date and there are so many collectors looking to fill the hole in their collection, they're willing to pay $3,000 or so for a damaged coin just to have any coin in their collection. You know, mint state coin is going to be tens of thousands of dollars. Same thing with the 2.5 Indian, the 1911D, especially the weak D. Most coins, when they say weak D on this 1911D that I've seen, you can't even see that D. You have to look under extremely high magnification, and even then you can barely see it. Here is a coin that's been tooled, it's been worked on, it's not something a collector wants, it's damaged. It's about uncirculated, it's not even a mint state coin. That one's $4,900. This is actually a nice collector grade coin, AU58. It's not a mint state, but it's right on the cusp of mint state. This is the kind of coin, I love these coins in this kind of condition. But again, it's not even a mint state coin. We're comparing this to sesquicentennial with a lower mintage that is an MS65 coin. But this coin here is about $4,000. Here's that 95W I was talking about. Again, a perfect example, like the coins I was talking about in the beginning of the presentation here, of a coin that got a bit too frothy. Here's one that sold for over $78,000 in Proof 70. Currently, I love this coin. We sell them in Proof 69 for between $5,000 and $6,000. Proof 70 is still a coin that's above $20,000. But at those levels, it makes sense because the number of collectors, the demand, the scarcity in Proof 70. But at this $70,000, $80,000 level, this is a bit steep. Here's an example today, more what you'd see these coins bring, $26,000. But again, this is a coin just a little bit lower mintage than our sesquicentennial, and you can see how much money this is bringing today. Now here's that mint state, that special variety I talked about, 2008 reverse of 2007, almost identical mintage to the sesquicentennial. This Silver Eagle has a mintage of 47,000, the sesquicentennial 46,000. You see this coin here bringing just under $6,000. Here's a example. This is a great price, closer to where I'd feel comfortable with this coin, but again, it's still almost a $3,000 coin because it's a low mintage coin with a ton of collecting demand. Very popular coin. And now to our sesquicentennial. Here's our coin in mint state 65. Like you see, a lower mintage than most of the coins on this list, a higher grade than most of the examples I've shown you of these other coins, Gem 65. These are the coins I have here today. Here's an example, again, nowhere near that $23,000 wholesale level that these coins were bringing in 1989. They've come back to reality. They come back in line with what similar coins are bringing. Here's one for $3,800. Here's an example, still a little slightly frothy, but not anywhere near what it was 30 years ago, $7,600. This is an auction price that sold a few years back. MS65, same coin that we have here, $3,700. Here's a great one at just $2,995, less than $3,000. Here's one, this is actually mint state 67 grade. PCGS is only graded 1, NGC is graded 4. Like I said, in '89, there was a bid where a dealer said that he would pay $100,000 for mint state 67 coin. This one brought a few years back $41,000. Again, coming back to reality from when it got just crazy, crazy demand in 1989. Finally, things settled down to where they should be. This coin sold for $41,000. I would say today that coin has probably gone back up a little. I would expect that coin to sell for upwards of $50,000 today. Like I said, the value in 1989, it got up over $20,000 wholesale, meaning these were selling to collectors for probably $25,000 to $30,000 at the time. Dealers were paying $23,000 just to get their hands on anything because there were so many collectors who just needed to have this coin. I'm not a fan of buying at the peak of the frenzy of, when people are going crazy for coins. I like to wait it out till things settle down. And in this case, looking at these other comparisons to other similar coins, similar rarity, I would figure a coin like this probably should be $3,500, $3,000. I'd be comfortable around there, around $3,000 for a coin of this kind of rarity. But you know how we do it here. We love looking for those special deals. We were able to get this hoard. It's a group of coins that had been together for a long time, that one collector had put away a long time ago. We were able to get them graded by PCGS. We have them in a special, unique, exclusive gold foil label. It says Declaration of Independence right on it because obviously that's what this coin is celebrating, the signing of our Declaration of Independence. And because we were able to take this whole deal, we were able to negotiate a great price. Like I said, I wanted to be selling these somewhere right around $3,000, a little under $3,000 was my hope. I think the coin is a great value in that range. But because of the way we were able to buy the whole deal, negotiate a great price, we have these gem quality. These aren't just mint state 60. These aren't, just those kind of barely uncirculated coins. These are gem quality, mint state 65. These are just among the most beautiful, jewels. These things are just gorgeous. We have them right now for only $1,995. That's right. I was able to negotiate this deal. Like I said, I was hoping, anything under $3,000 as a price for these, I'd be okay going out with. But I really did want to get it closer to $2,000. Originally, thought it would be closer to $2,200, $2,500 in there, $2,300 probably. But we were able to just fight and fight because we always want to pass the best value on to our clients. And at $1,995, $1,995, you're getting a great coin. $20,000 to $30,000 in 1989. Now that the dust has settled, and it's settled for 30 years, And there's so many other coins available today to collectors that they focus on. This is a coin that is just under the radar right now that collectors have kind of forgotten about, or newer collectors don't even realize it exists. And it is a great opportunity to get a coin like this for only $1,995. And of course, we also have a 2-pay option. One payment now, $997.50. Second equal payment in 30 days, another $997.50. And we'll hold one of these coins for you so you are able to take advantage of this great offer. Now, like I said, this is a coin with a low mintage. Just 46,019 coins were released. That is a low mintage. You can compare it to so many famous key dates, and many of them have higher mintages than this. But right now, just because the way the coin market is and where the focus of collectors is right now, modern commemoratives and new releases from the mint and Silver Eagles, and that's where collector focus is right now. And some of these coins that were the hot items 30 years ago have kind of been forgotten about, and I think new collectors don't even realize they exist. And this series, the classic commemorative series of the early 20th century, these gold coins, these small gold coins, are just an area that I think right now have just been forgotten about. We know what they could potentially be worth when they're at less than $2,000, and at one point they were at $23,000, $25,000. There's a lot of room to grow there, right? It's just a great opportunity to get a great coin. And they are beautiful coins. Like I said, that design is so unique. The obverse, you have that Lady Liberty, a full body image of Lady Liberty, which is so different than what you usually see. Normally you just see kind of profile of Miss Liberty. Here you see Miss Liberty standing atop a globe, kind of reminiscence of the Statue of Liberty, Liberty enlightening the world there. She's holding that torch of enlightenment and hope. You see her holding that scroll representing the Declaration of Independence there. You have the dates, 1776, 1926, which represent, of course, the date the Declaration was signed and the date that this coin was released, celebrating the 150th anniversary. That's what that name comes from. It's kind of a tongue twister, sesquicentennial, but that means 150th anniversary. The reverse, we have that image of Independence Hall in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, where the Declaration was, of course, signed. Just a beautiful, historical, patriotic design. This coin was designed, as I mentioned earlier, by John Sinek. He was the new chief engraver at the time. He had replaced George Morgan. Sinek is also famous for his designs of the Roosevelt dime, and more importantly, especially for us around here who are big fans of the Franklin half dollar. It's just a beautiful coin. And of course, it's a gold coin. And I mean, I didn't even mention, I didn't really talk about gold, but right now, there's so many collectors of gold coins. Gold is just such a hot area of numismatics right now. Anytime there's any uncertainty about things, it just drives people to gold. I mean, gold has been money for thousands of years. Some of the earliest coins struck in 600 BC or so were gold coins. Gold has been a form of trade, a form of money, a form of wealth for thousands of years. So whenever there's times of uncertainty, people get nervous about their wealth, their savings, they tend to gravitate towards gold. So as much as this is a small coin, it's a gold coin, and for that reason, just makes it even more attractive, on top of just the fact that it's a low mintage coin. It's a coin that is currently undervalued, the greatest price level for these coins in several decades. Just a great opportunity. It's a great coin. Like I said, it's a beautiful coin. Only $1,995, just $19.95, 2 payments, equal payments, $997.50. And I hope you're able to add one of these coins to your collection, because now is the time for this coin. I really believe that. It is a great time to revisit these early 20th century coins that have been forgotten about. So thanks so much for joining me here. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. Stay tuned for more great coins.
I'm James Gerstel. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. I got to tell you, 2019 was one of those years where the U.S. Mint just amazed us collectors. And I want to bring you two coins that were released in 2019 that were the first ever issues, ever. This is really amazing stuff. This is a look back into history and a chance to make up some ground. Because if you didn't get in on this deal when it came out in 2019, now is your chance. So pull up a chair. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. What we're talking about is the 2019 West Point struck Lincoln Cents. Now, the Lincoln Cent has been issued since 1909. It is the longest running United States series. And the first issue, the 1909, was very, very famous. And you know why? Because that coin was actually struck to honor Lincoln's 100th birthday in 1909. It was only supposed to be a one-year type, but it has stuck. It has become the most beloved series of United States coins, probably because Lincoln is the most, or one of the most, beloved presidents of all time. Think about Lincoln. Got us through the Civil War, one of the defining moments in the history of the world, let alone the United States of America. Was able to keep the Union intact. That was big news. In 1865, when Lincoln was assassinated, well, we look back at that day as tragic, obviously. The Lincoln Cent, our beloved Lincoln Cent, first issued in 1909. So we're going to fast forward to 2019, where from West Point, for the first time ever, there have been Lincoln pennies with the W mint mark. This is really huge, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you what it's all about. First of all, we have two entries from 2019, reverse proof and proof. And I want you to stay tuned, because here at Rare Collectibles TV, if you keep watching, you're going to see the third entry as well. So I want everybody to stay tuned. Right now, proofs and reverse proofs. Let's take a look at why this is so important for collectors. And we have special issues of these coins. From the Philadelphia Mint, there have been 31 total issues between 1909 and 2019. And the coins struck have been over 19 million coins. Now, look at the San Francisco Mint. Responsible for 56 total issues of the Lincoln Cent, over 155 million coins. Now let's go down to West Point, because West Point in 2019 just started to issue the Lincoln penny. It had never been done before. So the total issues in proof or reverse proof from the West Point Mint of the Lincoln penny, there are only two, with a grand total of 945,000 coins issued. So here we go, folks. This is so important to every collector. Now, I want to take a look at what we're talking about here, because we have a special issue. We have special labeling where we have gotten the designer of the Lincoln penny reverse since 2010, Lindell Bass, to sign our labels. She is responsible for the new shield reverse that was adopted in 2010 on the Lincoln penny. There you see the two issues that we're going to be featuring. The first W mint mark proof, a proof 69 red in color, ultra cameo. And the first reverse proof, a reverse proof 69 red in color as well. Each one of these labels have been hand signed by the designer of the reverse. All right, I want you guys to take a look at this little table we made up, because this is facts and figures that are so very important, because right off the bat, these two issues from the West Point Mint have joined the really memorable Lincoln Cents. Now, I want you to take a look at the business strikes and the modern proof issues, mintages under 1 million. And you are going to see some of the most famous Lincoln pennies. Now, right away, you go right to the 1909 SVDB, with 484,000 is a mintage. Now, that is one of the most famous Lincoln pennies, if not the most famous. But I want you to take a look at the reverse proof and the low mintage. Only 383,000 of those coins were struck by the mint. Now, we have certified coins, so there's going to be even a further reduction in the amount available. Now, the proof at only 561,000. These are two low mintage, highly collectible Lincoln cents. From 1909 to 1958, the Lincoln penny reverse was known as the wheatback. That was the first generation. From 1959 to 2008, the memorial back. Now, there was a reason why in 1959 the memorial back was issued, and that was to honor the 150th anniversary of Abraham Lincoln's birth. In 2009, which was the 200th anniversary of Lincoln's birth, there was a special anniversary issue where there were 4 different reverses, but that was a one-year type. In 2010, the Shield reverse. Now, this design was submitted by Lendell Bass to the U.S. Mint, and the whole concept of the Shield reverse really is a statement of Lincoln's efforts to keep the Union united, his successful attempts at keeping the Union together during the Civil War. One of the most important events was that Lincoln kept the Union together. The United States of America, in the very beginning of the Civil War, nearly lost the Civil War right off the bat. So it was so important that when the Civil War ended, 1865, that the Union was still standing. Victor David Brenner. Victor David Brenner was the designer of the Lincoln penny. Now, his design has gone down into history as one of the most famous portraits of Lincoln, taken from a photograph. Now, the thing about Victor David Brenner is he was actually commissioned to make a design in a hurry by Teddy Roosevelt before Lincoln's anniversary, the 100th anniversary of his birth. It was imperative to Roosevelt that this design be completed. Why? Well, Augustus St. Gaudens was originally going to redesign all of the American coinage. But he took ill. He died early on, unfortunately, in 1907, when only 2 of his designs had been released. Now, we know from a plaster, an artistic rendering of the flowing hair cent that Augustus St. Gaudens designed, that that would have been the new cent. But because of Augustus St. Gaudens' death and because of the anniversary of Lincoln's birth in 1909, Victor David Brenner was commissioned to make one of the greatest and longest-lasting American series ever. And to this day, in spite of all the efforts of the government to get rid of the penny, it will never happen. So respected and honored as Lincoln, he'll never be removed from the penny. And because of that great history, Lincoln cents are collected by people far and wide. Now, I want to let you know that this is really special. What we've done here, ladies and gentlemen, is something that is almost impossible to accomplish. Wait till you see what's going on here. These are proof 69s. They are nearly the highest grade you can get. The only grade higher is a complete perfect grade of proof 70 or reverse proof 70. And I want to show you what we're up against. This is one of the most popular issues ever to come out from the U.S. Mint. The sellout was fast. Everybody wanted these coins. And here's why. Here is a reverse proof in the same grade that we're offering at a great price. Look at this, $140. One coin graded proof 69, reverse proof 69, with the Shield reverse, $140. Here is a proof 69. Both of these coins are graded and red in color. That coin right there is $91. Ladies and gentlemen, that's $229. Now, this is why I'm so excited. Now, at $229 for both of those coins, that is a superlative deal because the grading fees alone are responsible for over $100, probably more like $130, just in grading fees to grade both of these coins. We're offering the 2-coin set for $129. $129. And this is such a special event, ladies and gentlemen. I want to let you know there is no limit to the amount that you can buy, that you can purchase for $129. This is the lowest price Rare Collectibles TV has ever had for these two issues. These are special. They had never been done before. Now, the 1909 SVDB Lincoln Cent is the barometer by which all Lincoln pennies are judged because of the mintage at 484,000. So when I see these first ever collectibles, as that coin was, that are issued from the West Point Mint for the first time ever at such small mintages, you know, when you look at most Lincoln penny issues, there are hundreds of thousands more than were issued in these two coins from West Point. So it's really important. These coins were scooped up very quickly by collectors. And I want to show you, as a matter of fact, just what we're talking about. We just showed you $229 of value. And we're at $129. Really important, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you want to step up one grade, if you want to step up to a perfect grade, here's what you're up against. One grade higher, Lendell Bass signed label, $849.99. That's a perfect proof 70 grade. Here is a perfect proof 70 reverse proof. That's a non-Lendell Bass signed label at almost $410. If you want to step up that one grade, that's where you're going to be at. I want to alert all collectors, when we get down to brass tacks, ladies and gentlemen, here is how the grading services judge the proof 70s from the proof 69s. First of all, this is always the case at the grading services. It isn't just one grader's opinion. It really is a group of graders who grade each and every single coin, and unbeknownst to the next, they don't know what the grade is. So it's blind grading. After 3 graders have graded each coin, the envelope is unsealed, so to speak, and the grades that are given are all looked at. And if there is one grade, just one, like for instance, you have both coins grading proof 69 and one grader grades them proof 68, that is the grade they become. So consistency and accuracy in grading is everything. And that's what you get. And the way that they determine the proof perfection from proof 69, virtually perfect, is with magnification. So under a 5 times magnification loop, if you see no flaws whatsoever, it's like a microscope, the grade will be proof 70. But to the eye, the naked eye, they both look identical. And so that is the great part about owning a proof 69 red in color. You get all the original luster. You get the strike, you get the quality, you get the crispness, you get the originality, and you get a tremendous grade, and you save so much money. $129. I got to tell you, there's a lot more to the story of Victor David Brenner. Victor David Brenner was not a U.S. Mint employee. And one of the things that we have learned about the renaissance of American coin design, which took place in the very early 1900s, really at the request, you could really call it a demand of the President of the United States to redesign our coinage. I think you've all heard it said probably a million times that Teddy Roosevelt thought our coins, the designs of our coins, were of atrocious hideousness. And he wanted our coins to reflect the nation we were. He wanted our coins to reflect that artistry. And so he had asked Augustus St. Gaudens, really pleaded, if he would redesign our coinage. And Augustus St. Gaudens agreed. And unfortunately, Augustus St. Gaudens, though he had prepared designs for almost every size, he was only able to complete 2 designs. The $20 St. Gaudens, world famous, and equally as famous, the $10 Indian, or the St. Gaudens Indian. Both gold coins. He had proteges. He had students. We all know. Herman McNeil and Adolph Weinman and Victor David Brenner. All of these great artists studied under Augustus St. Gaudens. And so when the U.S. Mint was looking for a new vision in coinage, they went to these great sculptors. They went to these great artists who were not part of the U.S. Mint team. So they pulled from the artistic community to come up with the design that has withstood the test of time. Since 1909, no American coin series has the longevity of the Lincoln cent. And because of that, there are literally millions of collectors. When I first started in coin collecting, my very first ambition was to own a 1909S. Because as a little kid, that's all you heard about, was there was this unbelievable Lincoln cent that was so rare that the mintage wasn't even 500,000. 1909 struck in San Francisco. Now, VDB, Victor David Brenner, well, his initials were prominently displayed on the weak back reverse of the 1909, and that was considered not to be done. So his initials were removed, they were removed, but the legacy and the history of the Lincoln cent continues to this very day. So, in 2019, when the U.S. Mint decided that they would issue, for the first time ever, a Lincoln cent struck at West Point with the W Mint mark, collectors were excited. And when that coin dropped on that day in 2019, well, collectors scooped them up in no time at all. So here we are today, where every coin is out there, and we really had to hustle to put this deal together. And I want to tell you something. You tell me, did we do it? At $129 for two of the rarest Lincoln pennies you're ever going to get your hands on, with a special label, with that ultimate brand new shield reverse. You know, since 2010, the shield reverse has occupied the reverse of the Lincoln penny, and it has become the reverse that we think of. It's magic, it's artistry, the thought that it conveys, the theme of that reverse, of the successful efforts by Abraham Lincoln to keep the Union united during the most trying time, a civil war between the North and the South. It's all here. There had never before been Lincoln pennies struck at West Point until these issues, 2019. And here you get the proof issues. Reverse proof, proof 69, red in color, and proof 69, red in color, with the signed labels by the designer of the reverse. And look at that. The quality is amazing. You know, nobody strikes proof coinage, or any kind of coinage really, like the United States Mint at West Point. Sought after ever since they began striking coins. Now, West Point is an unusual mint. Originally, West Point was a repository of precious metal where the U.S. government stored silver and some gold. In 1983, it was designated as a United States minting facility. And in 1984, the first official coin was struck. It was a $10 gold piece. These coins join all those famous issues as the first ever West Point issues. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, $129. And remember, these are amazing looking. They are certified. They're signed labels by the artist Lendo Bass, who was commissioned to design the reverse. For $129, I hope you stock up, because this opportunity, when these coins are gone, when the stock that we have right now, there'll be no restocking at $129, I can assure you. So I want to thank you all for watching. Remember, these are the ultimate proofs and the first ever and the only ones of their kind. $129. All right, thanks for watching Rare Collectibles TV. I'll be back soon, I hope. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Rick Tamaska. and welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Now, it's a real thrill and honor to be here as your host. I agreed to host our U.S. Coin Show because I have an understanding with my partners that I will only be offering you United States rare coins that I believe are great coins for you, the collector of today, to put away for your future, and to offer these great rarities at the best, lowest prices possible. I will never stand up here and offer you coins that I believe are not good for you to own. Now, there are so many different coin offerings out there. Some were recently struck in 2020. Some were struck in 1820. But when you look at other shows, or go to your local coin shop, or surf the internet, the same coins seem to keep popping up. My question is, if these coins offer such a great buying opportunity, why is everybody able to offer them? I mean, there are many, many truly rare coins that could possibly be offered on TV, but never are, usually because they are too difficult to acquire in any kind of quantity. They are too rare, too much work to find. And that's where my show is different. I'm a coin guy. I've been a coin collector since I was 10 years old. My goal here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show is to put in the hours, do whatever work is needed, do whatever it takes, use all my experience, all my contacts at my disposal to be able to offer you some of the kinds of rarities you never see, you never will see on any of the other TV shows or your local coin dealer. I have the knowledge and the experience, having written several books on the United States proof coins, with 2 more books in the works. But most importantly, I'm willing to do the work. And that last ingredient, folks, willingness to do the work, is the key ingredient. It's absolutely essential when it comes to locating truly rare U.S. coins. It's not picking up the phone and making a few phone calls. It is the only way I have been able to assemble many of the finest collections of proof coins for my clients over the years. My clients have received many awards for these collections. We've got one plaque right here, awarded from NGC, one of the top grading services in the country. My client received this award for the finest proof Morgan dollar collection. That's just a sample, folks. #1 proof collection of Morgan dollars in the entire country. Now, to put it together, the finest proof Morgan dollar collection is an incredible achievement. Now, what better collection is there for you folks watching today than the truly spectacular, high-grade set of United States proof coins you are about to see, and that I am able to offer, that I am only able to offer because of 11 days I spent in a desert town looking through a collection of United States proof coins unknown to the rest of the collecting community. The end result is what I have for you today. Please take a look at this collection. We had to make a special stand, folks, just to be able to fit this complete set. 45 coins, every one a proof 67. Now, the highest possible grade for any coin is a proof 70. No Franklin, Washington quarter, Roosevelt dime, Jefferson nickel, or Lincoln cent from this era has ever been graded in proof 70. Such coins do not exist. These 67s are flawless to the eye. They are as pristine, perfect, and haze-free as if someone had caught them on a velvet pillow as they came off the die and preserved them the past 60, 65 years in this pristine, as-struck state, as if they were struck yesterday, not 1955. This is the greatest collection of rare, high-grade, early American proof coins ever offered. Now, being stored in the dry desert air definitely helped. Now, when I tell you I was working out in the desert, it wasn't like I had a tent I camped out at night. Now, I worked 12-hour days, but fortunately, I had a cool, air-conditioned hotel room to rest in the evening. But it was that dry desert air and the fact that these coins had not been handled in 55 to 65 years, sitting in a safe in a private home in the desert. I've got a couple boxes from that collection to show you that came out of that hoard. Here's one of the boxes that I had opened, some of the sets that came out of those boxes. And I even have one box that I left unopened, folks. Now, if you can imagine, this is from the 1950s. This is a box of 1957s that came out of the collection. This is original mint sealed. It's the one box I left completely sealed as it left the mint in 1957. Now, that is extraordinary. There are very, very few coin collections where a collector buys a group of proof sets. I mean, usually when a collector buys a proof set from the mint, they just buy one set. And here you had a collector who bought 50. They were shipped from the U.S. Mint, a box of 50, and he never opened the box. Proof sets that are, about 60 years old. Now, these are proof coins. Proof coins struck from an earlier era. At the old Philadelphia Mint, when proofs were still being made what I call the old-fashioned way, using technologies that were basically unchanged from the 1800s, folks. Unlike mint state coins, which are the kind of coins you find in your pocket change and are struck in very large numbers as they're intended for commercial use, they're intended to be spent, proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. And they have to be special ordered from the Treasury. Proof coins are struck in very limited numbers because it's a very labor-intensive craft, really. The dies have to be polished to a very high degree until they have a mirror-like finish. The coin blanks receive a kind of polishing treatment as well. And then those blanks are slowly fed into the die. The coins are struck not once like they would for commercial strikes, but twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, most importantly, once struck, whereas mint state coins are ejected into a bin where they are braided with other coins and then go through coin counting machines, proof coins are individually handled. They're never allowed to abrade with any other coin. Now, you saw an example of a proof 1961. Sasha has an example of a mint state Franklin half dollar from the same era. And you could see the difference in the surface. The mint state dies were not polished to a mirror-like finish, so you see a satiny look, and you'll see some marks and actually some fingerprints from handling. This is an uncirculated mint state coin, and you can see a lot of tiny marks all over the coin because mint state coins, these are the coins struck for commerce. They were struck, ejected in the bins, get dumped into bags before they were shipped to banks throughout the country. So proof coins have always had a special appeal for collectors who want the best. The collection I have represents every proof coin struck by the United States Mint from 1955 to the last year of the Franklin series, 1963. The Lincoln cent, Jefferson nickel, Roosevelt dime, Washington quarter, and Franklin half dollar. That represents every proof coin from that year. Every year from 1955 through 1963, 45 coins in all. Every one, flawless to the eye, proof 67. Folks, this collection, this set is extraordinary. But even more extraordinary is the price I'm able to offer them at. Every proof coin struck from 1955 to the end of the Franklin series. The last year of the Franklin series, 1963. You've got the Lincoln cent, Jefferson nickel, Roosevelt dime, Washington quarter, and Franklin half dollar from every year, all in proof 67 condition. Coins that are flawless to the human eye. They are absolutely as gorgeous and pristine as the day they were struck, 55 to 65 years ago. An extraordinary collection at an extraordinary price that really offers you a phenomenal opportunity. Now, state of the art is a key phrase in that definition of a proof coin. When I talked about proof coins being state of the art, the state of the art 60 years ago was far removed, light years removed in the technology from the state of the art today when it comes to the minting of proof coins. Back in 1960, the mint was using the same basic technology, again, to mint proof coins as they had been using in the 1800s. Now, you get a modern set today from the U.S. Mint, a modern proof set. It comes in a hard plastic holder that protects the coins. It's in an inert holder, meaning that there's no substances that will chemically react with the coins, so the coins are as pristine and flawless as the day they were struck. And here you have a set that's about 30 years old, and they're in absolutely perfect condition. But this is the modern era. Back in this earlier era, folks, at the old Philadelphia Mint, again, this was like the Stone Age in proof making. When you ordered your proof set from the U.S. Mint, I mean, typically, here's an original envelope, manila envelope, as it was shipped from the U.S. Mint. They shipped it third-class insured mail. And obviously, this packaging is pliable, so the packaging was always pressing up against the surface of the coin, which would abrade the coin and hairline it. You open your proof set up, and here's this set. And this is so typical of proof coins from this era. You take a look here at the set, and look at the spot on the 1962 half dollar that's developed because of the cellophane, a crease in the cellophane that let oxygen in, toning the coin. But then you had other issues. Here's a 1963 set. I cut this one open because one of the big problems they had in proof making back then, folks, I mean, the quality control back then was not what it is today. This is an original set, and this is how the half came from that original set. I've cut this set open to give you an idea of what this coin looks like once it comes out of the cellophane. And you look at all this spotting. And this is a familiar problem with proof coins, silver proof coins struck from 1958 to 1964. This was due to incomplete cleaning of the coin blank when they were preparing the coin blank for striking. One of the procedures was to wash that coin blank in a soap solution. And then they were supposed to wash that soap solution off the blank before it went into the die. But again, the quality control, compared to today, folks, it was the Stone Age. They usually did not wash all that soap solution off the coin blank. And that soap solution that was left on that blank when it went into the die, and the die came down with 200 tons of pressure, at that point, that soap solution was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. And that's one of the big problems with proof coins from this era. In addition to the problem I mentioned earlier of hairlines, because of this packaging, as you can see, is pliable. The cellophane is always rubbing up against the coin, abrading the coin. This is really important. Here are the mintages, the total mintages, the mint struck of these proof coins from 1955 to 1963. You can see in 1955, folks, only 378,000 proof sets. Now, by 1961, that number had increased to 3 million. Huge jump in mintage from 1955 to 1961. But then, when you compare it to the mintage of mint state coins versus proof coins, the mintage, these tiny mintages are even more dramatic. For example, looking at the Lincoln cents from this era. In proof condition, for example, in 1955, proof Lincoln cents, they struck 378,000 proof Lincoln cents. For commercial use, they struck almost 1 billion Lincoln cents. The following year, 1956, about 670,000 proof Lincoln cents. About 1.5 billion Lincoln cents for commercial use, for commerce. And so on down the page. Billions of Lincoln cents for commerce, just a few million in proof condition. And so few of those proofs have survived in the proof 67 condition you see them today. It's that circumstance of these proof coins being stored in absolutely pristine condition, the most ideal condition possible for decades between 1955 and 1963 is the only reason I have these in the proof 67 you see them today. Imagine if you worked at the proof-making facility in Philadelphia from 1955 through their last year of the Franklin half dollar, 1963. An entire Franklin half dollar series struck entirely in 90% silver. That final decade at the Philadelphia proof-making facility. Imagine that you had the opportunity each year to select one example of each denomination, the cent, nickel, dime, quarter, and half dollar, and that you could personally review each coin. Reject all the examples that had small hairlines or spots, and pick one of each in the most flawless, perfect condition possible with your eye. And then, most importantly, you were able to immediately store them in the highest possible quality of materials that would maintain and preserve them in the exact, pristine, as-struck state as they came off the die. Delicate, deep-mirrored proof coins struck 65 years ago. That's essentially what I have for you today. What these coins represent: complete proof sets from the final decade of proof making at the Philadelphia Mint, the last of the 90% silver proof Franklin half dollars, Washington quarters, and Roosevelt dimes, struck using those old-fashioned technologies and storage materials at the Philadelphia Mint. All 45 coins in the magnificent grade of proof 67. Now, the two denominations most in demand are really the Franklin half dollar and the Lincoln cent. The Lincoln cent because it's struck from copper, and very few have survived that have retained their original bright mint luster. I mean, copper is a very reactive metal, and most of them are toned to dark brown or they're spotted. They're a mess. So when you look at what other dealers are selling Franklin halves for in this condition, we've just got a few comparables to give you an idea of what these coins have been going for on the market, folks. Here's a 1955, first year of the series, $990. That's a dealer with 97.6% positive feedback. Here's a 56, good deal, a PNG dealer. PNG dealer, just over $200. For around $1,200 just for those two coins. Here's a 58 in proof 7, a tougher date because of the spotting issue I mentioned. $550, we're at $1,750 for just those three coins. Here's a 59, tough date. Again, a lot of spotting issues, a top-rated seller, 100% positive customer feedback, $800. We're already around $2,500 just for 4 Franklin half dollars. One last comparable in 1961, a dealer wants basically $1,000 for. $3,500. I'm going to show you just a few Lincoln cents. Now, the Lincoln cent, folks, in a lot of proof sets is the key coin in this set. For example, if you were to try and assemble a 1941 proof set in proof 67, the Walking Liberty half might cost you about $2,000. The Washington quarter maybe $1,000. The Mercury dime maybe about $1,000. The Jefferson nickel maybe $500. So you're into those 4 coins for about $4,500. But then the Lincoln cent in proof 67. Here's one that sold in auction. $18,400. Here's another one that sold a few years later, $28,200. I've got a few comps of these later Lincoln cents, folks. Here's a few that you can see. They're several $100s a coin. Now, these Lincoln cents you're looking at are what we call the wheatback reverse. The Lincoln cents have the wheatback reverse, and that's a really important key element of these sets, because that wheatback reverse are especially rare. The first 4 years of this collection have the Lincoln set with a wheatback reverse, and these coins sell for significant premiums. Like you saw that 1941 that sold for $28,000. Here's several wheatbacks in proof 67 condition from this collection where dealers are asking several $100s a coin. Several $100s a coin for just one coin in proof 67 condition. We have one turned around. We have the 1958 to show you the reverse of the wheatback Lincoln cent, and a most popular Lincoln cent with collectors. And that's a 1958. You can see the wheat stalks. And then for 1959 was the 150th anniversary of Abraham Lincoln's birth. He was born in 1809. So then they had to celebrate that. They celebrated by changing the reverse of the Lincoln cent to what we refer to as the memorial reverse in 1959. And there you see the memorial reverse, which was then struck for many decades, from 1959 onward. Now, folks, 45 coins, proof 67. Dealers are asking several $1,000s a coin for some of the half dollars. If you were to try and assemble this set yourself, 45 coins. Now, the NGC holders you see these sets in, the NGC holders are the state-of-the-art holders. NGC uses the highest quality medical-grade plastics. It's very difficult to work with, but it's the best quality. The plastic does not yellow, it does not tarnish, it's very strong, and the holders are sealed airtight. These are the exact holders that the Smithsonian uses to house their collection. So if you were to send just one coin to grading, to NGC, here's the fees you would incur. Just the grading fee is $20. The handling fee is $10. They are going to ship it back to you registered mail. Your service fees alone are over $50. It doesn't include your cost of shipping. It doesn't include the cost of the coin. You could be talking about a cost anywhere from $125 to $400 a coin. Now, I have an option for you. If you just want to buy one of the year sets, beginning with the 1963, all 5 coins you see here in NGC Proof 67, folks. This is where, again, we cut out all the middlemen. I did all the work. I spent all the time. I reviewed every coin, and I'm passing those savings on to you folks. Nowhere else will you see a set like this for the price I have it at, folks. This is a set I could sell for $595. At $395, you'd be getting a really good deal. But it's based on my cost. And I'm able to offer this set for you today for $199 for the complete 1963 year set. $199 for all 5 coins. That's less than $40 a coin. We go to the next year, the previous year, the 1962. The same approximate rarity as the 63. I have this set as well. $199 for the entire 5-coin set. Flawless to the eye, no haze, no toning, no spotting, as pristine and beautiful as the day these coins were struck back in 1962. The next year, the 1961, we're going back in time. This is a little tougher set. The quality wasn't quite as good. These are even rarer in Proof 67. And yet I'm able to offer these coins as well for only $199. $199. And now we get to the 1960. where the mintage drops considerably. The 1961 total mintage was about 3 million. Now, folks, for most of these proof issues, NGC's only graded a few thousand coins for most of these issues in proof 67 grade. A few thousand coins, 2,000 to 4,000 examples in proof 67 for most of these issues you see offered today. The 1960, a much tougher year, and yet I have it for only $209, only $10 more than the previous 3 years. And then we get to the 1959. You saw the one dealer asking $800 for the 1959 Franklin alone in proof 67, a top-rated seller on eBay. Folks, I don't have to charge that kind of money. Again, it's based on my cost. You're getting every penny of the savings passed on to you. You could own one of these sets for only $229. And then the most historic 1958 set, with the last year of the Wheatback Lincoln set. You'd expect this set to be $495, $595, $695. Again, based on my cost, I'm offering this set today for $239 for the 1958 set. A very tough year. They had a serious spotting problem with the Franklin half, Washington quarter, Roosevelt dime. These are extremely rare in proof 67 grade. And then we go back to the 1957. A little bit better quality year than the 1958. You do, again, have that Wheatback Lincoln, that most valuable Wheatback Lincoln that a lot of dealers, again, just for the Lincoln alone, are asking several $100s. We're a proof 67. I've got the entire set for $229. And then the 1956, where the mintage really drops, only 669,000 sets issued in 1956. 669,000. This is a year that's getting so difficult to find in any condition. And I have these in just stunning proof 67, and I'm able to do it while I have these sets, folks. I have a limited quantity of these sets while I have them, $239. And then finally, the first year of this series, incredibly low mintage. Only 378,200 proof sets were issued that year, and they were issued in the box sets. Very poor packaging. This is an especially rare issue. You saw the one dealer asking $999 for the Franklin half alone. The Lincoln cent is every bit as difficult as the Franklin half dollar. This should be $1,000, a $1,500 set. I have it for $409. Now that's a great, great opportunity. Now altogether, if you're to buy those individually, that comes to about $2,150. $2,151 to be exact. If you get the complete 9-year collection, folks, I can offer this entire collection to you today for only $44.33 a coin. $1,995 for the entire collection in proof 67 grade. This collection is available on the 2-payment option as well. So if you can't swing the entire $2,000 or $1,995, put half down today of $997.50, the balance in 30 days. We've got a lot of people calling in right now, but I have one final surprise for you folks. I'd like you to take a look at this set I have on the left. This is a set we couldn't fit on one stand. This is the same collection from 1955 to 1963 in proof 68 condition. This is the highest grade I'm able to offer a complete 45 coin year set collection in, folks. Proof 68. Now, normally when you go up a grade, when you're talking about proof coins from this era, you can triple or quadruple the price. This is a collection you expect to be $10,000 to $15,000. Take a look at just a few of the half dollars in proof 68 that are being offered by some of the top-rated sellers on eBay. just for a few of the half dollars. Here's a 1957 Proof 68, not the rarest Franklin half in the set. A dealer with 100% positive feedback. I only use top-rated sellers when I show you these comparables. Over $1,750 just for the 57 half in Proof 68. Here's another coin, another top-rated seller, a very tough date, the 1958, $1,100. So we're at $2,850 for just those two coins. We're going to show you one more, folks. 1960, same price, $1,100. We're at almost $4,000 just for those three coins from top-rated sellers. Great feedback. We're at $4,000 just for those three coins. I've got this entire 45 coin collection, again, based on my cost, folks. This would be a collection I could offer at $49.95, and you'd be getting a great, great set at a great price. But it wouldn't be my best price. My best price, folks, call in now. I have a limited number of these sets in Proof 68. This is the highest grade I can offer you this complete collection in, Proof 68. I have the complete collection. Call in now, $3,195 for the complete 45 coin collection, folks. That comes out to only $71 a coin. $71 a coin for the most spectacular collection of proof coins from the old Philadelphia Mint from 1955 to 1963, the last year the Franklin half dollar was struck at the old Philadelphia Mint in the phenomenal grade of Proof 68. And it's available, again, on our two-payment plan. So if you can't swing the entire amount, put half down today of $1,597.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you. And that is so absolutely critical because, again, I have a limited number of these sets in Proof 68. There are some dates where we got a lot of coins back in Proof 68, but there are a lot of dates in this set where we only got a handful of coins back in Proof 68. They're extremely rare, folks. We have a lot of people calling in. I'm going to have to wrap it up now. If you've just tuned in, what I have here to my left, the complete collection of 1955 to 1963 proof year sets. Every coin struck in proof by the Philadelphia Mint from 1955 to 1963. You could get the sets, the year sets individually, beginning at $199 for that 1963, 1962, or 1961 year set, $199 for the complete year set for any one of those years. If you want the entire collection, I have it available in two payments of only $997.50. And then I have the ultimate to my right here. I have the same collection in the finest possible quality I'm able to offer, the complete collection in all 45 coins in the extraordinary grade of Proof 68. The entire collection, Proof 68, my highest recommendation, folks. You get so much eye appeal, quality, and rarity. It really is the ultimate. It's only $71 a coin, two payments of only $1,597.50. If this is the set you want, folks, call in now. I have a limited number of these sets in this phenomenal, phenomenal grade of Proof 68. Thank you for watching this presentation. This is my first love. The first coins I ever bought in a coin shop when I was 10 years old was a 1962 proof set. Okay, I bought it back then for $7. I remember bicycling home. I had bought it with my lawnmower money. I remember bicycling home and showing it to my dad, and my dad's looking at it, and you know, it's 91 cents face value, and he asked me what I paid for it, and I said $7, Dad, you know, with a big smile on my face, and he just kind of looked at me like I was crazy or something, but you know, he wasn't a collector. He didn't understand the value of these rare, rare numismatic coins. And this is my first love. I hope you can take advantage of this offer, folks. You won't find it anywhere else. Thank you for watching.
This is a special announcement for all silver enthusiasts. Stay tuned to find out how you can acquire a rare, limited production American coin struck from pure silver. The American Silver Eagle, struck from 1 ounce of .999 fine pure silver, has long been America's favorite silver dollar. President Ronald Reagan signed the Liberty Coin Act of 1985, and the first ASE was struck on October 29, 1986. The obverse of the iconic American Silver Eagle depicts Lady Liberty wrapped in the stars and stripes of the American flag as she strides forward with an outstretched arm and an open palm, which beckon in the hopeful rising sun of a new day. This design of Lady Liberty comes from Adolph Weinman's stunning Walking Liberty half dollar, which was minted from 1916 to 1947. John Mercanti, the 12th chief engraver of the United States Mint, used modern mint technologies to strengthen many details of Weinman's legendary design. The reverse design showcases Mercanti's heroic rendition of a valiant heraldic eagle, inspired by the Great Seal of the United States. The eagle is clutching an olive branch in one talon and arrows in the other. 13 stars above the eagle represent the original 13 colonies of the United States. But Mint State ASEs do not bear the numismatic mint mark of where these coins were struck. The West Point Mint began striking American Silver Eagles in 2001. And in 2020, due to an emergency closure of the West Point Mint because of COVID-19, the production of American Silver Eagles briefly shifted to the Philadelphia Mint. But during this 2-week period, the Philadelphia Mint produced one of the lowest mintage American Silver Eagles ever of only 240,000 coins. And NGC, the leading numismatic grading service in the country, has identified these coins with a special pedigree designation on their label that states Emergency Production American Silver Eagles, as well as the rare pedigree of first day of issue. Call 1-800-233-4145 right now to make sure you don't miss out. And listen to this, only 240,000 of these limited emergency production coins were struck, making this one of the rarest American Silver Eagles to ever be produced in the entire series. This limited number of coins being produced from Philadelphia is what coin enthusiasts call absolute rarity. And don't forget, these stunning coins are struck from .999 fine pure silver. That's right, pure silver. And each of these coins is graded Mint State 69. That's the grade of a nearly perfect coin. And also has the rare pedigree of first day of issue. Due to the incredible scarcity of 2020 emergency production American Silver Eagles in Mint State 70 condition, prices have skyrocketed, sometimes even costing between $700 and $800 for an MS-70. But listen to this, the difference between a Mint State 70 example and a Mint State 69 example is unable to be seen by the naked eye. This means that unless you are looking at your 2020 emergency production American Silver Eagle under 5 times magnification, there will be virtually no difference in quality between the Mint State 69 and Mint State 70 examples. And that's not all. Each of these stunning American Silver Eagles will come with an RCTV exclusive Reagan Pop Art label inspired by a Ronald Reagan sculpture that John Mercanti designed himself. Call 1-800-233-4145 right now to add this exclusive 2020 emergency production American Silver Eagle in Mint State 69 condition to your own personal collection for the low price of just $99.95. That's right, only $99.95 for one of the rarest American Silver Eagles to ever be produced. Wow! Due to the minuscule mintage and immense demand for these remarkable coins, we must limit this exclusive offer to 5 coins per household. And listen to this. If you order right now, you will also receive free shipping and handling. With such a low mintage of only 240,000 coins, this limited production pure silver American Silver Eagle is truly a historic and rare treasure. Lady Liberty on the ASE has always represented America's desire for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Call 1-800-233-4145 right now or visit our website at rarecollectiblestv.com. That's rarecollectiblestv.com.
for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
This is what everybody wants right now. Have you heard about the latest silver dollar the U.S. Mint has issued? I'm sure you have. It's big news. It is the coin that sold out at record time. We have these coins, and what they are, ladies and gentlemen, are the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Privy marked Silver Eagles. This is the only Silver Eagle that has ever been issued. They've been making this coin in a lot of different varieties since 1986. You've had proofs, you've had mint state, you've had reverse proofs, you've had enhanced uncirculated. There has never been a Privy Mark coin, and this one honors the 75th anniversary of the victory of World War II in 1945. Let's take a look at what we're talking about. Now, this coin has a darn low mintage. There's only 75,000 of these coins that were struck by the U.S. Mint. They are proof 69 Ultra Cameo coins. World War II was a defining moment for this country in a lot of ways because we had never seen the country come together like it did in World War II. And you know what really saved America in World War II was our infrastructure, was our industry, because we were able, by presidential order, to turn on a dime and convert our industry, our peacetime industry, into being able to mobilize to win World War II. You may not know this, but when World War II started, the United States had one of the smallest armies, had one of the smallest air forces. We hadn't really worried about war anymore. After the Great War, World War I, the war to end all wars, America, the United States, the world thought there was never going to be another war. So the fact that the U.S. mobilized in such a way, think about it. 16 million Americans were involved in World War II. If they were working in factories, if they were being a soldier, 2 million soldiers alone. Think of all those descendants, all those sons and daughters who had somebody serve in World War II or give their life in World War II. In Washington, D.C., there is the World War II Memorial. And that Privy Mark that you see, the outline, is part of that memorial, and you see it from the aerial view. So it all ties in. This isn't just any old 75 slapped on the coin. A lot of thought went into this. That's why this coin is so in demand. This is the time to act on this coin. For every collector out there who wants something that hardly any collectors were able to get. Look at what's happening right now. $1,295. You guys are getting an opportunity to buy something that every collector has to have. Here's why. These are mintage figures for collector Silver Eagles throughout the years. And this is evidence of how many millions of collectors there are for Silver Eagle dollars. Over the years, beginning in 1986, and there was only 1 year when coins weren't produced, and that was 2009. And the reason for that believe it or not, was the government ran out of silver. So they could not make a 2009 issue. But every year, beginning in 1986, there were 1.4 million coins struck. That was the highest mintage year. But every year, those figures that you see are from collectors ordering coins directly from the U.S. Mint. These are special collector coins. The database, the amount of people who are involved in collecting Silver Eagles is immense, and every collector adds the new issue to their collection, make it bigger and bigger and bigger. That's why this coin is so important. It's the only one of its kind. Never before has there been a Privy Mark. Now, here's the last page of the table. And you can see some of the most famous coins, some of the greatest coins are on this list, and I want you to take a look at the mintage. And as we go down, we're getting towards the bottom, and you're going to see something amazing. But the most amazing part, you see that 75,000 mintage? That is the third lowest mintage. But you know what else? It's the only one of its kind. It is the lowest vintage Privy Mark ever made. Don't miss out on this deal. Now, this is special. Everybody wants this coin. I got to tell you, what I'm hearing out there is a lot of activity. Here's why. If you want a high grade, one of the highest grades you can get for this coin, here's what you're up against. They are only certifying at a rate of 10.8%. This is amazing. Of the 75,000 that have been issued, 8,156 have been certified, and the percentage in high grade, 10.8%. Folks, this is groundbreaking. This coin is $695, and this is why this is so important. Now, there's been a lot of talk about this coin. The sellout was very quick. This made news all over the world. $695. 1981, Ronald Reagan's first term as president. Reagan knew that we had a strategic silver stockpile. What Reagan wanted to do was he wanted to take that silver and sell it off to Americans and put that money into the Treasury to bring down the deficit, to bring down the debt. He didn't get a chance to do it in his first term. It didn't pass. But in his second term, in 1985, a law was passed that he signed known as the Liberty Coin Act. And that authorized the U.S. Treasury to begin the American Eagle program. So silver, gold, and then later on platinum. But to begin, silver and gold. It took the world by storm because it was the largest silver dollar the U.S. had ever issued. It was pure silver. It had the unbelievable design of Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar, which was known on the half dollar from 1916 to 1947. And it's a beautiful representation of liberty as an allegorical. It's one of the most compelling designs of liberty ever. So naturally, it was brought back to grace the obverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar. But the reverse is equally as famous. It was done by John Mercanti, the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint. And John Mercanti, he didn't just do the reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar, that heraldic eagle reverse, which he paid tribute to the very early American silver dollars. There it is right there. And by the way, now would be a good time for me to tell you that that design is going away. You are looking at one of the last heraldic eagle reverses because imminently is the retirement of that great heraldic eagle, and it's going to be replaced momentarily with a new design so that you're getting one of the last heraldic eagles. You're getting the only Privy Mark. You're getting a coin that people are right now trying to get for $1,295, and they're in line to get it. And we're at $695, and our coins are certified. Our coins are amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing Proof 69s today. Privy Mark Silver Eagle, flawless to the eye. Take a look. And we're showing these coins under extreme magnification. These were struck at West Point. These coins are struck with so much technology, so much artistry, so much precision that they are as flawless as silver dollar to the eye. Now, why do I keep saying to the eye? Well, the only way you can tell these from the next grade up, the Proof 70s, is under 5-time magnification. 5 times magnification. So when you look at the silver dollar, and believe me, when you get this coin, it's large. You are going to get lost in the mirrored field. Now, let's get back to Ronald Reagan and the Liberty Coin Act. 1986, the very first silver eagles, and it was near the end of the year, rolled off the coining presses. And since then, the American Silver Eagle dollar has been like no other silver dollar ever issued. This coin has eclipsed the popularity of the Morgan dollar. Now, numismatically speaking, a silver dollar where they only minted 75,000, it brings to mind the 1893S, the king of the Morgan dollars, right? And one of the greatest silver dollars ever struck. The mintage of that coin was 100,000. The mintage of this one, 75,000. This coin has an unbelievable future. This is a keeper. Imagine the first and only Privy Mark Silver Eagle. No wonder it set the numismatic world on fire. And there's only 75,000 of these coins that were struck. But none of the other issues from 1986, no matter all the way, no matter what year you pick out, there has never been another Privy Mark. You know, in 1995, something really special happened to the American Silver Eagle dollar. It was the 10th anniversary of the program. To honor that, the U.S. issued the first ever W Mint Mark silver dollar, West Point, 1995. That coin has become so popular. Here is a Proof 69, and I just want you folks to see in black and white, $6,462.50 was an auction price. It's a Proof 69. It's one of the most collected. It was the only one of its kind. The 75th anniversary Proof Silver Eagle has a place right next to that coin in every collection that has that coin. You new collectors, you get an opportunity to get a silver dollar everybody wants and hardly anybody's going to get. Think about it. 153 million collector silver eagles, the proof ones and the collector ones, have been struck by the U.S. Mint since 1986. 153 million. That's a lot of collectors. A lot of collectors. Even if they own complete collections, even if they own 10 complete collections, it's millions of collectors. How are they all going to get it? One of 75,000 coins. Really difficult to do. Everybody has been asking about this coin. $695 is going to turn every Silver Eagle collection into a monumental silver dollar hoard. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, what you see on our display is an immense amount of these coins. We had to work our tail off to get the quantity that we have. $695 is an unbelievable price. Now, you got to love the American Silver Eagle dollars. There's never been anything so big and bold. Here, take a look at this one. Here's one from 2019. It's an enhanced reverse proof. The hammered auction price, that's an auction record, was $1,260. Take a look at the grade. Reverse proof 69. And still no Privy Mark. You see the Privy Mark right there. It's all nice and blown up. V for Victory 75 for the 75th anniversary. You can see by that counter stamp the mark that is on the coin. That has actually been added to the die. So there had to be custom dies engraved for this coin. And a Privy Mark, let me read a little bit about what a Privy Mark is. It says this year the Mint will issue numismatic products that feature a Privy Mark honoring the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. A Privy Mark in general terms is a symbol that communicates information about a coin's production. In this case, the Privy Mark is the V75. Well, it's not the only time that Privy Marks have been used. Here we're going back to 1853. Take a look at that. So that's a $50 from 1853. As you will see on the obverse, where it says 1853, you see arrows. That was added. That's a privy mark that was added, a form of a privy mark. And it says here in the 19th century, the U.S. Mint used arrows on coins to signal a change, a form of a privy mark, because they communicated information about production of the coins. In that case, it was the purity of the silver that was noted on the coin, and you would know by the arrows. I think the greatest part about this coin is the fact that it's the first ever. When you go back to every first ever issue, the very first Morgan dollar, the very first Walking Liberty, the very first Standing Liberty Quarter or Mercury Dime, these are all very famous. The very first Lincoln Penny, 1909 SVDB, world famous coin. The very first St. Gaudens was a high relief coin. Everybody wants a high relief St. Gaudens. How about in 1908? When No Motto Saints set the world on fire, when the motto was added? Those very first coins are sought after by collectors everywhere. Every collector has to have one. This silver dollar is an opportunity to put one of the rarest privy marked coins the U.S. has ever issued in your collection. For you folks who have never collected Silver Eagles before, let me just say this. At $695, you can get 2 of those coins from us for what other folks want you to pay for one. $695. And again, let me say that only 10.8% of these coins have been reported to garner the highest grades by both of the major grading services since that coin was issued. What that tells me is that of 75,000 mintage, that only 10.8% of those coins are getting the grades that us collectors have got to have, the highest grades. This is the moment you've been waiting for. The mintage of this coin is the 3rd lowest of all the Silver Eagle dollars. But that really doesn't tell the whole story, because it is a unique coin, so really, it belongs on a list all by itself. The first and only privy marked American Silver Eagle dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint is on our set right now. There were only 75,000 total produced by the U.S. Mint. That was the issue amount. The way they're certifying, 10.8% will garner the highest grades. Don't miss out, $695. The first and only privy marked American Silver Eagle dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint. You are going to get one of the hottest silver dollars ever issued. This is really what a collector looks for in a coin. One of the highest grades, striking example, certified, ultra cameo, one and only privy marked, $695. Wow. And I want to thank you so much for watching this presentation. Rare Collectibles TV does it again.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick Tamaska here. I've got some fantastic proof Washington quarters for you today. Proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. There's a lot of labor involved with making a proof coin. They polish the dies until they have a mirror-like surface. They individually handle the coin blanks as they feed them into the die. They double strike the blanks to bring out every possible detail of the design as the Mint intended. And then they individually handle the coins so they don't abrade with any other coins. So they're essentially mark-free. Nowadays, when you get a proof set, they come in hard plastic holders. You have to order them specially from the Mint. And they're truly exceptional. This is an older set. This is from the 60s. You get a modern set that was struck the last 30 years, and they truly are flawless, beautiful coins. So I'm interested in those earlier coins struck at what I call the old Philadelphia Mint, when proof coins were made the old-fashioned way. That was 1964 and earlier. After 1964, they transferred proof making to the San Francisco Mint, where they began using new technologies, improving the product. But back in the old days, at the old Philadelphia Mint, they were basically making proof coins the same way they had made them back in the 1800s. And the packaging they used, well, they would ship the coins in these envelopes. We call them flat packs. And you'd get the coins out, and they'd be in these flat envelopes like this. And the problem is these envelopes really weren't airtight, and they were also pliable. The coins would abrade against the cellophane, so they would get small, light hairline scratches. They'd generally be a very, very low grade. I've got some incredible Proof 67s for you today, folks, and I have them at a great price. Take a look at these. This is going to be a quick little presentation. These are Proof 67s. The highest possible grade is Proof 70. None of these dates, except for the 1964, has ever been graded in Proof 70. The highest grade these other dates have ever received is Proof 69. You take a look at one of these. They're absolutely pristine, haze-free, despite being over 50 years old. Also, very importantly, not only were these the last proofs struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, these are the last Washington quarters struck on 90% silver planchets at the old Philadelphia Mint. Because after 1964, they took all the silver out of the quarters and dimes, and they were struck in a clad metal. So these were the last of the original 90% silver-proof quarters. Look at this coin, absolutely pristine. You know, to submit one of these and get it graded yourself, PCGS or NGC is going to charge you $20 or $25 just for the grading. And then they're going to ship it back to you registered mail, which is at least $20. So right there, you're around $45 just for the grading and for the return shipping. It doesn't include your shipping. It doesn't include the cost of the coin. That's why when you see these on eBay, here's a 1964 Proof 67. Very fair price for a Proof 67. Absolutely pristine, as perfect looking to the naked eye as the day it was struck. There's an example for $88, and that's in an ANAX holder. Proof 67. Here's a 1962 in Proof 67. $175. Here's a 1963 in Proof 67. $80. Here's the special I have for you folks today. If you want a 1964 Proof 67, you can own one of these coins today. Not for $99, not for $79, not even for $49, folks. I have these for basically the cost of grading. Really, $29 a coin. And one of these 64s will be yours. Only $29 a coin. The last year, the Washington quarter was struck on a 90% silver planchet in proof condition at the old Philadelphia Mint, and it's only $29. But it gets even better, because if you want to get a second date, if you want to get the 1963, it also will only be not $79 or $59 or $49, but $29 a coin. $29 a coin. Now, if you want to get a third date, as we go earlier and earlier in this series, they get tougher and tougher to get in Proof 67, folks. But still, I'm holding the line on that price at $29 a coin for the 1962. And finally, if you want a 1961, same price, $29. That means you can own all four coins, folks, for $116. Now, I'm not done yet, because now we're getting to some of the really tough dates, 1960 and earlier at the U.S. Mint. You could see there the 1964, 63, 62, and 61. They issued over 3 million proof sets, which is a very small number compared to the number of coins they struck for commerce. And you could see how many have been graded in proof 67, and now we get to the 1960, and the mintage drops tremendously. Only 1.7 million sets were issued, folks. A much scarcer coin in high-grade condition. But if you also want to get a 60, I'm adding that on. Take a look at this 1960. You can own all 5 coins, the 1960, 61, 62, 63, and 64, all 5 coins for $145. That means the 60 is also only $29. But it gets even better, because if you want to go into these earlier years, as you can see on the chart here, where the mintages really drop, when you go into the mid-50s, folks, the mid-50s, we were coming out of World War II. We had a lot of young families that were just getting their feet on the ground, just getting established economically. A lot of people who would love to collect coins, but who couldn't afford to collect coins. It wasn't until the late 50s, early 60s, when you really saw this growing middle class, and so you saw a boom in collecting. So you get into the 1959 and earlier, you could see how those mintages drop when people couldn't afford to collect. 1958, they didn't even offer 1 million sets. 1956, only 669,000 sets. But what I'm doing for you today, if you want the entire set from 1956 to 1964, you can own all 9 of those coins for only $249. All 9 of those coins, the 1956 to the 1964, $249. $249 is $27.67 a coin. $27.67 a coin for these rare dates. And finally, I've got one last coin for you. One last coin. You look on the population chart there, they've only issued 378,000 sets in 1955. 378,000 sets. A rare coin. Here's a 1955 proof 67 on eBay. Here's one for $99. There you can see $99, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Folks, you can own the entire 10-coin set that includes the 1955 for $275. That's $27.50 a coin. If you want to get a numismatic value where you're getting some beautiful, eye-appealing, really scarce, and some even rare coins for a price that is just a home run for the collector of today, this is your opportunity. The last of the proof silver Washington quarters, 90% silver Washington quarters struck at the old Philadelphia Mint in extraordinary proof 67 condition, and the entire 10-coin set for only $275. That's $27.50 a coin. This is a great opportunity. This is my specialty. Okay, I go through the hundreds of thousands of proof coins to select only the finest examples, submit them for grading. We cut out all the middlemen to pass the savings on to you. It's a thrill to be able to offer this kind of eye appeal, this kind of quality, this kind of incredible value with tremendous long-term potential to our viewers here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Thank you for watching, but please stay tuned because I've got a great little presentation coming right up. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. If you just tuned in, I had a presentation on some really superb Washington quarters. Exceptional pieces. This next part of the series is only going to be a few minutes long because I have a relative handful of sets, folks. I don't have many of these sets. This is the highest grade I've ever offered these coins in, Proof 69. This is the top grade. There are no Proof 70s from this era. This is the early era in U.S. proof production when they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint using old technologies. You know, Proof 70 is mainly a grade that reflects the technology being used today at the Mint, which is so advanced. To get a Proof 69 from this early era with the technology that they were using, the packaging that they were using, these coins are so rare. But I have a small group of these, and they are so superb. They look Proof 69. I mean, I can't see a flaw on them. I mean, if they ever decide to grade coins in Proof 70 from this era, I have talked to Rick Montgomery at NGC. He said they never will because they just didn't have the technology. Take a look at this set that I have. 5 coins. The limiting factor in this 5-coin set, these are tough. The limiting factor, folks, is 1955 and the 1958. That's why I only have a small handful of these. I have a few extra 1956s and 1959s that I can offer you separately if you just want to swing one coin. But here's 5 coins, all highest grade, and you're going to love the price. If you want to build a top grade Washington quarter collection, now's the time to start. First of all, take a look here. Take a look at those 5 dates there. The 3 key years here are the 55, the 58, and the 59. 58 and the 59 because of all the milk spot issues I spoke about previously. By the way, 1964 was the last year Washington quarters were struck on 90% silver planchets. That was the last year. 65, they had no silver at all. By the last year, though, proof quality increased dramatically at the Philadelphia Mint. Almost 4,000 examples have been graded in Proof 69 for the 1964, of about 4,000 coins. So that's how much better the quality was in 1964 than in these earlier years. And yet, here's a few comps I have for you just to give you an idea. Now, this one is really on the high end of the spectrum for the date. You know, when you go on eBay, you're going to see a full range of prices. So, but if you shop around, here's one for a top-rated seller where it's only $200 for the 1964. And again, remember, this is by far the most, the least rare, let's call it, the least rare Washington quarter in the silver proof Washington quarter series in Proof 69, the least rare. About 4,000 examples graded. You get to some of the earlier dates. The 1956, for example, that one with about 1,000 graded in Proof 69. Here's a 56 in just Proof 68. Here's a Proof 68 for $245. Again, this is, I think that's on the high side there, but you know, Proof 68, I think you should get a 56 Proof 68 for $100 or less. Remember, what we have in this set is a Proof 69. Now, one of the key dates, the 1955. The 1955 Proof 68s, just Proof 68s, folks, are you'll see for a couple $100. Here's a couple for, here's one for $199, and a top-rated seller. Here's another one for $200. Here's one Proof 69 for $450 for a Proof 69 1955. While I have these sets that include the 1955, because, again, the 2 dates that I've really limited quantities on in 6-9 grade are the 1955 and the 1958. Once I'm out of those, you won't see this set being offered. I've got this set, folks, for $549, the entire 5-coin set. That's $109.80 a coin. Look at that 55. Look at that piece. It's absolutely stunning. No haze, no spots. Every single coin is flawless. Flawless to the eye, flawless under close inspection. It looks like, and here's a coin that's over 60 years old. And it could have just been struck yesterday, and that expression I use, you caught it on a velvet pillow, and you just preserved it perfectly for over 6 decades. Every single coin, the 55, the 50, the 56. And I did mention I have extra examples of the 1956 and the 1959. So if you can just can afford one proof 69. One proof 69. I have some extra 1956s available, folks, where other dealers are selling proof 68s for $99. I have these proof 69s for $99. And the 69 is worth considerably more than a 68. $99 if you want a proof 69 of this really, really tough date. And there's a 1957. Again, the entire 5-coin set available for only $549. Or even, it gets even better. You can own 2 sets, and it drops down to $539.50 a set. That's $1,079 for 2 sets. And then we get this date here, which again, I have very, very few of. It's got the lowest pop in proof 69. And this is, again, the 55 and the 58. These are the 2 dates that are really limiting the quantity of these sets that I can offer. Very, very tough to find without hairlines, without spots. This coin is sensational. It's gorgeous. It's perfect. It's what a proof from this era should be and rarely ever is. Look at the black mirrors. And then the last coin in the set, the 1959. And this is another tough date. But I got lucky and I have a few extra examples. The best part is I don't have to ask $295 for this coin, or even $195, like you might typically see. I've got this coin for only $129. One of the toughest coins in the set from 1959 for only $129 if you just want the 59 by itself. So you've got those 2 coins I can offer individually because I have a few extra of those. But the real buy is in the complete set, because in the complete set, you get the 1955 and that 1958, those 2 really tough issues, all for $549 while I have them. I really have to emphasize that. Getting proof 69s in these years is really difficult. And again, the 55, the 58, and the 58 are extremely difficult. The 59 comes next in difficulty right after those 2, 57 right after those 3, 56, population of about 1,000, and I've got the coins for only $99 if you just want that one date. But the buy is in the complete set. Get it while I have them, folks. At this price, I'm giving you a great, great opportunity to build a top grade proof Washington quarter set at the best possible price. This is a great collector special. I sincerely hope you're able to take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. Jack, we have offered some great rare coin opportunities for our viewers over the last 7 years. It's almost 7 years now.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, and there are so many rare coin opportunities that when we offer them, they're once in a lifetime type of opportunities that we tell them, this is it. Right. Because once these are gone, we won't be able to offer them at this price ever again. And it's been true many, many, many times over the last several years. So many of our coins that we offer now, you can't get them anywhere near those prices anymore.
I always talk about that too, about just, coin collecting. A lot of it is just an opportunity game. Knowing when you see an opportunity, when to just jump on it and take advantage.
And of course, the great European bank hoard, where all that rare United States gold has been coming out of those banks in Europe. have provided so many of those opportunities for our viewers. And we've been first in line for that. And so many of you out there watching today have taken advantage of that, and we have a lot of happy customers.
Right.
Well, what we have today, Jack, this is a rare gold opportunity, and it's unusual because it's not United States gold. And, you know, this is normally about United States numismatics.
Right.
We love the symbolism of the United States coins, the history, what they stand for. It's all about our country. But we've got some coins today from our dear neighbors to the north.
Right. Yep.
Canada. And these are really historic gold coins from Canada.
There's so much history, and you'll
These
hear
are
there are
folks.
so many different storylines going on with these coins.
You know, the more I have studied these, it is so exciting, folks. If you never buy a single Canadian numismatic coin of any kind, whether it's a maple leaf, whatever you want to call it, this is the one coin we would most highly recommend that we have for you today. These coins were struck back in 1914. They've been stored in the Treasury in Canada for about a century.
Yeah, till 2012.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were recently released. They're 1914 $10 gold pieces. They were only struck for 3 years.
Yep.
From 1912 to 1914. This was the largest denomination struck by the Canadian Mint. They were the first gold coins ever struck by the Canadian Mint.
Right. Canada didn't have their own coins until this is the first Canadian gold coin, Canadian design, Canadian gold, Canadian everything.
It came about because of the Klondike Gold Rush.
Right.
Our equivalent of the California Gold Rush.
Right.
The Klondike Gold Rush took place in 1896, and they had all this gold. But they were only struck them for 3 years because then World War I happened.
Right.
And World War I happened, and so they stored the bulk of the coin, the $10 gold pieces that were struck in their vaults.
Right. Not only did World War I stop them from striking more coins, but it stopped them from